be doing the final chapter of Quartz Party Book of Shadows. And then I will unlock Blood Drive Prologue for tomorrow. Back at the senior high school student council room, 4:30 p.m.
おい生徒会長、明日だぞ。
Hey, Mr. President, don't forget about tomorrow.
ん？何がだ？
What's tomorrow?
蹴り入れていい？
Please tell me. I can kick you.
却下、何があるんだ明日？
Absolutely not. So what's happening tomorrow?
こら！生徒会室で暴力行為は禁則と定めたろう。
Hey, hey, no violence in the student council room. We've been over this.
知るもんか。忘れてる方が悪いもん。
It's your own damn fault for forgetting.
あだ、やめな。こちらに非があるなら謝罪する。まず聞こうじゃないか。
Al, stop, please. If I've forgotten something important, I sincerely apologize. So just tell me what it is already. Use your words, not your feet.
この部屋の徹底掃除だよ。見てこれ。何これ。片付けろっつうの。何この玉入れのやつじゃん。体育祭いつだったよ。
It's this room. Spring cleaning? I mean, it's full of balls. Is this a storage shed or something? How long has it even been since the sports festival?
ああ、そういえばそんなことを言っていたか。
Oh yeah, that's right. You were asking to schedule a cleaning day.
一体
Ow.
忘れてたでしょ。
You completely put it out of your mind, didn't you?
いや、記憶はしていた。僕も美月の意向には。
No, I swear I penciled it in somewhere. Your recommendations are important to me and to the student council as a...
普通に喋れ。
You're a person, not a corporation. Talk like one.
ああ、忘れてたさ。俺だっていろいろ考えることがあって忙しかったんだよ。会長だからって何でもかんでもみんな俺んとこ持ってくるしさ。悪かったな。
Fine, I forgot, okay? It's not like I don't have enough on my plate as it is, though. Do you have any idea how much I'm expected to do? I'm sorry.
許す。
Good enough for me? I'll forgive you.
なんだ。
What's your problem? Wait, what?
初期としての進言です。たまには言い訳くらいした方がいいよ。男らしい生徒会長もかっこいいけどさ。
Tough love from your trusted clerk. Sometimes you just have to admit your mistakes and move on. Though the manly approach to presidency has its merits too.
美月。
Mitsuki.
だが、戦線離脱は許さないからな。逃げられると思うなよ。
Just make sure you keep at it. Desertion is not an option. Don't think you can run away from your post if the going gets tough. You got that?
わかった。
Yeah, I got it.
わかんねえやつだな、智弘。ミンコは俺の嫁だっつってんだろ。
You just don't get it, Tomohiro. Minko is my bride, so hands off.
いや、譲らないぞ。涼介にはナナさんって人がいるだろ。二股とかマジないわ。
Like hell. I'm not giving her up to the likes of you. Besides, you've got that Nana girl, right? Don't you dare two-time her.
バカ3人からモテて初めてリア充だろ上皇
You're so clueless. It only really gets good once you've got at least 3 girls. Everybody knows that. Okay.
楽しそうだねそれ。ゲーム？
Sounds like you guys are having fun. Is that a game?
おお山本お前もやるタッチペンでグリグリしてチューするゲーム女の子3人と付き合えるぜ
Oh, Yamamoto, you want in on this? It's a game where you use a stylus to massage and kiss girls. And you can go out with 3 at once.
何
What?
ハマるのはいいけど、一人に絞れ。
I'm glad you're enjoying your little romp. But keep it to 1 girl, you lilos.
いって
Ow.
あんたら、明日のこと覚えてるんだろうね。
You two remember what tomorrow is, right?
何でしたっけ
Hmm? What's tomorrow? Oh boy. I had no idea any of this was going on in the student council room that day. I had other things on my mind, specifically a certain boy. Worked in the senior high school class 2-4 after school. My name is Toko Kurisaki. I had been waffling around for quite some time on whether or not to say anything, but finally I decided to bite the bullet and ask his best friend Kurosaki.
ねえねえ、ゆうやってさ、彼女いるの？
Hey, hey, quick question. Does Yuya have a girlfriend?
んあ、いやあいつ今フリーだと思うよなんで
Hmm? No, I'm pretty sure he's single. Why?
狙っちゃおっかななんて。
Oh boy. Well, I kinda might have my sights set on him, I guess.
マジおおいいじゃん応援するよ
Seriously? Wow, that's great news. I'll definitely be rooting for you. But
でもあいつな女の子といてもいっつもつまんなそうにしてるから付き合えても切り裂きがあんまり楽しくないかもしれない
well, he's not a particularly sociable individual. When you get right down to it, going out with him might not be all that fun for you.
でも確かにゆうやってモテる割に手とか全然出してこないって女子はみんな言ってるな。
But I hear that despite his obvious popularity with the ladies, he's never once so much as touched anyone.
それって悪い印象
Isn't that kind of bad sign though?
クリーンなイメージ。
No, quite the contrary. It gives him a nice, clean image. There.
ほう
Oh. This was Kensuke Kurosaki, who had known Yuya Kazami, aka the boy I liked, pretty much all his life. I figured I'd come to him for all the information I needed in my conquest, since he was pretty much guaranteed to know Yuya's dating history. Oh boy. And so far, things seem to be going really well. I mean, not only did I confirm Ryo wasn't seeing anyone, but I got his best friend's blessing too. And confirmed that he really wasn't the showy, obnoxious, cool guy type. Hehe. That suited me just fine.
黒崎こら
Kurosaki, hey.
ウィ
Hey. Kurosaki was understandably rather startled by the extraordinarily agitated female voice that suddenly rang out from behind his head. But that's Hell Girl, Mitsuki for you. She was standing in the classroom doorway, arms folded across her chest, looking like some angry deity about to cast judgment down upon the world. And she had that deathly gleam in her eyes, the one that could fell the mightiest warrior before he even had a chance to draw his sword.
今日は生徒会室の徹底掃除するから来なさいって言ったでしょ
Didn't I tell you today was spring cleaning in the student council room?
いや、俺今日部活だって言ったじゃん。おい、フクロイ、なあ。
And I told you I can't because I have club today. Come on, Fukui, back me up here.
逆らうな。もう無理だ。
I won't go that route. It's easier just to give in.
What?
Yeah, this was definitely how a girl's work. All the complexion was gone from Fukuo's face. He was a man with a demon on his back. The hell? Whip at the ready, fully prepared to bring divine punishment upon all who opposed her. He was right. It was easier just to give in.
面白そう私も行く
This sounds like fun. Can I join you guys?
おお手は多いほど良いぞよ
Oh, by all means, the more the merrier. Mitsuki then grabbed the nape of Kurosaki's neck and began dragging him out the door in a decidedly painful-looking manner. He was like a teary-eyed chick caught in the talons of a bird of prey, struggling in vain as he was being carried off to meet his grisly end.
俺生徒会じゃないのに。
You know, I'm not even in the student council. I just loved watching those boys interact with Hellgirl Mitsuki. I couldn't wait to see more. I didn't even care if I had to clean in order to do it. I was a volunteer after all, so I was pretty much off the hook here. I could follow them at my own pace, no dragging for me. As soon as we left the classroom, though, we ran into Yuya. Or rather, I did, as in, I literally ran into him. I wasn't watching where I was going and wound up slamming into him so hard that I fell over. Immediately, he reached out his hand to help me up and asked if I was alright. Now, that's a white knight if ever I've seen one. What a fun evening this would be. I imagined it ending with me lying in bed dreaming of Yu's perfect face inching ever closer to mine, but instead... Oh boy. So this is Toko. In the Heavenly Host.
大丈夫トコ
Are you okay, Toko? Oh wait. This actually might be Emmy. And the one that's talking is Toko. Yeah.
いい 全部吐いちゃったら楽になるよ。
It'll be alright. You'll feel better once you get it all out. Wickle Shadows, Episode 7, Tooth. Think she's getting her teeth out or something. Was I right?
楽になった気がする。
I guess I feel a little better.
よかった。どうする？みんなのところに戻る？
That's good. Are you okay to head back and rejoin the others then? Let's just save it somewhere. Save it here. Yeah. Right. So I remember playing as Toko and we've got Emmy in the party. The store doors seem to be stuck and absolutely will not open anymore, but I was just in there. Maybe the lock somehow got jammed when I left. And plus that was the third one in, which is where... Or was it the second one? No, the second one was where Seiko died. Yeah. Oh. Tamami Morinaga. Even with the knob turned on at full blast, there's no water coming through these pipes anymore. There's a mirror, but it's too cloudy to make out much detail. For some reason, the air around this spot feels unnaturally chilled. It would probably be best to keep your distance. Ooh. Okay. That was weird. It hurts. It hurts. So this is Katayama, the one that's got blood over there. And obviously, I'm guessing Yuya probably done something to him.
陽介陽介痛いか痛いか
Ryosuke, no, oh, bear hurts real bad.
膝と大腿部の関節を縛った。出血は抑えられるはずだ。
Okay, obviously you hasn't, Kazami hasn't done anything yet. I tied up your knee and thigh joints. That should help stop the big bleeding.
足も持ってきてるから心配するな。
And we've got your leg right here, so don't worry about that.
トコ
Toko, we were in an old-fashioned, run-down and probably condemned school building. None of us knew how we got here or even where here was. I just emerged from the girls' room with Emmy after losing my lunch where Yuya, Aikawa, Katayama and Shimada were waiting. The whole hallway was an absolute bloodbath after what had happened. Poor Katayama walked into some kind of booby trap and half his right leg was lopped off from the knee down. It looked excruciating. Oh boy. How is somebody supposed to handle a situation like this? Why did this have to happen at all?
痛い
It hurts.
なんなんだよこの学校。なんで罠とか仕掛けてあるんだ。つうかどこだよここ。ふざけんなよ。
The fuck is wrong with this school? Why would there be traps set up in here? Where the hell even are we? Feels like somebody's screwing with us.
静かにしてよ。涼介大怪我してんだぞ。
Keep quiet. Ryosuke has been very badly injured.
あ？なんだおい。やんのかこれ。
Huh? The hell's your problem? You stepping?
やめて
Stop it, please. This is what tagging along with Mitsuki and the others got me. I thought it was going to be a laugh riot, and at first it was great. We all went to the student council room, where we met up with Katayama, Shimada, and Nemi and started cleaning and goofing around. And then when we were done, Emmy suggested we all try out this new charm she discovered on the internet. She's nuts for that kind of stuff. So Emmy obviously is like similar to a Yumi, I suppose, in terms of what they're like. She took out a simple white paper doll and we were all kind of fascinated. So we did as we were instructed, and then suddenly everything went dark. There was a violent shaking and then we were here, in his old schoolhouse. No explanation.
とにかく出ようよここ
We just need to get out of here.
みんなで一緒にここを出よう玄関に行こう
We need to work together and get out of this horrible place. Let's try to find an exit.
片山は
What about Katayama?
俺が背負う。
I'll carry him.
ゆうや。
Yeah, was so kind. You can always count on boys in times like these. Still, there is a potential problem with this course of action.
待って
Wait,
でも今みたいな罠とかさあったら危ないよ人を背負ってたらとっさに動けないし
what if there are more traps? If you're carrying someone piggyback, you won't be able to react quickly enough to avoid them.
だけど
But
だからまずは外までの道の安全を確保してから片山くんを連れに戻ってきた方がいいと思うんだ
I know, we have to. What I'm thinking is we find a way out and ensure the road between here and there is safe. Then come back for Katayama. Oh boy.
賛成だ。
I'll agree to that.
そっ
So the one on the right is Shimada, and Emmy is on the left.
涼介大丈夫だぞお前を置いてったりしないな
And obviously you got Okawa on the right. Ryosuke, don't worry, we won't leave you behind. We won't, will we? Okawa was in a state of absolute panic. He just kept muttering to himself at Katayama's side. The two of them had always been extremely close. It's only natural he'd be worried, though he is concerned kind of bordered on obsession.
でもじゃあ誰が行くの？通路を歩いてるだけでいきなり足が切り飛ばされるんだよ。
But who's going to go? We could lose our own lives in the blink of an eye, just walking around in here.
お前今玄関行こうっつったじゃねえか。行ってこいよ。
Oh boy. So you're the one who said we should find an exit in the first place, so you go. Aww. Shimada practically spit his answer at her. I hate people like him. Sure, he had a pretty face. That's basically all he had though. People like him pose as models in men's journals, but they're not good for much else. He got a lot of girls too, but I'm not one of them. I can never get past his awful attitude. It's such a huge turn off for me when guys act that way. Not that I don't admire speaking with confidence and force. I try to do it myself whenever I can. But there's a difference between speaking forcefully and speaking in a way that belittles others. Shimada was basically just cold and uncaring.
私が行くよ。言い出すっぺだし。
I'll go. I'm the one who suggested separating after all.
どこ？
Toko,
俺も行こ
I'll go too.
ゆうや。
Yeah. What a difference. Like, night and day, kind of thoughtful people like him don't make flippant remarks. They just man up and get stuff done. I was crushing on him harder than ever, because now, not only did I think he was both cool and hot, I also gained a ton more respect for him. Well, you won't when he kills you.
う。大人数で行く必要はない。行くならあと一人くらいだ。どうする？
There's no need for everyone to go. One more person should be plenty. Any takers? There's silence. No volunteers, huh? Everybody just looked at one another, then looked away as if they were ashamed of themselves.
俺はどうしよう涼介寂しいよな
Oh, what to do? What do I do? Ryosuke, you'll be lonely here all by yourself, won't you? He was frantically shifting his gaze from one person to another. I'd never seen him so on edge before. Finally, the silence was broken by a loud, shrill male voice. Definitely not him I would have picked.
くそ、俺が言ってやるよ。お前はここにいろ。
God damn it. Fine. I'll go. You stay here.
いいの女子の桐崎さんが行くって言ってるのに俺
Are you sure it's okay? Hirosaki said she'd go, and she's a girl, so I...
俺が行く。ヘタレはここで待ってろ。邪魔になる。
I said I'm going. You wait here. You good for nothing sack. You're just getting away anyway. That's mean. Jesus.
わかった。俺は陽介についてるよ。頼む。
Alright, I'll stay here with Roscoe. Good luck.
じゃあ行こう。急がないと片山マジで危ないし。
Come on, let's go. If we don't hurry, Katayama could be in real danger.
気をつけてね。
Toko, be careful, okay? I will. Was I scared? You bet I was scared, but in a situation like this, everybody has to work together. And as long as I had any willpower left in me, I wasn't about to give up. Plus, it didn't hurt that Yuya was with me, so I knew everything was going to turn out just fine. So 8% so far. Right, can't go in there. Any bodies around? It's locked up tight. Looks like we'll have to try somewhere else. Okay. The word infirmary was written on the plate above the door. Somehow the room just felt like it would be deserted. I was oddly confident about that. Not sure why I felt that way, to be honest, but for good measure, I shouted, "Is anybody in there?" We still hadn't found Mitsuki after all. I didn't hear her call back, though, so really we had no business in this room whatsoever. Wait, was that a key sticking out of the lock? Who would have locked the door, but left the key? What would be the point?
お、なんだこれ。扉に鍵刺さってるぜ。
Well, what's up with that? The key's just sitting there.
何してんの？
Hey, what are you doing?
中に化け物でもいたら大変だろ。出てこれないようにしてやった。
Hey, there could be bigger men in there or something, And then what would we do? I figure better lock them in and keep them out of our hair.
その鍵どうするのよ。
And what exactly do you plan to do with that key?
俺が持っとくよっと。
I'm gonna hang on to it, of course.
危ないな、投げないでよ。
Stop tossing it around, that's dangerous.
キャッチうめえだろっと。まだ高く投げられるぜ。
Don't you worry, I always catch wherever I throw. Hell, I can go even higher.
も
Honestly, pain in the ass. Shimada was such a pain in the ass. I really couldn't stand the guy.
うしつこい。分かったからやめて。
God, you're persistent. Look, you're very good at throwing and catching, okay? So just stop already.
ここ天井高えな。よし。ふっ。な。
The ceiling in this place sure is high. Let's see if I can touch it.
ああ、どこ行った？
Huh? The hell did it go? Huh.
まあいいや。知らね。
Whatever. I don't give a shit. And now the infirmary was cut off from us if we needed it. Brilliant. Oh boy.
昇降口、昇降口だ。やった、出られる。
It's an exit. An honest to goodness exit. We can finally get out of here. I rush over to the door, hopefully yet afraid, knowing it might not open, but praying this horrid place will show us at least a little mercy. Gingerly, I raised my hand and pushed on it, and it swung open without even the slightest hesitation. It seemed almost too easy. Well, it is a bit easy actually. It was unnaturally dark outside, though, and the rain was coming down so hard that peeking my head out for just a moment left my uniform completely soaked. Shimada pushed past me, throwing the door open even wider, with his usual lack of regard for anyone and anything around him. My clothes went from soaked to drenched in a matter of seconds. If I were to actually walk out into it, I felt like I'd drown.
なんだこりゃ。真っ暗だぞ。森？
What is this place? It's way too dark out here. We're in a forest, maybe?
ひどい雨。こんな中外に出て行ったら服びしょ濡れになりそう。
It's really coming down. If we went out there in a rainstorm like this, we'd get soaked to the bone.
そりゃ見てみてえな。
I won't mind seeing that look on you.
けど外に出られることは分かったね。片山たち連れに戻ろう。
Anyway, we know we can get outside safely now. Let's go back and get Katayama.
ね、ゆうや。
Come on, Yuya. Despite our having found a way out, Yuya's demeanour hadn't changed a bit. He was standing back by the hole where he could watch over us while also keeping an eye out for anyone else who might have happened by. The model of maturity. Shimada, on the other hand,
頑張れよ。俺はもう出るぞ。
you guys go back if you want, but I'm leaving. What?
こんなわけわかんねえところとっとと出るに限るぜ。片山のところになんか戻らねえよ。
I'm not about to stick around in this fucked up place any longer than I have to. Screw the others. I'm out of here.
マジで言ってる？
You can't be serious.
あー当たり前だバカ。脳なしから順番に死ぬようになってるんだよ。あんな奴らほっとけよ。
Hell yeah, I'm serious. Those assholes are the ones who chose to stay behind. They're just gonna die one by one, and I say let them.
びっくり。いいんだこんなやつ。
Didn't think you were quite that callous, but far be it from me to stop you.
よう桐崎、お前も来いよ。
Say, Kurosaki, you want to come with me? The tone in his voice said it all. He'd hit the ultimate low. After abandoning his friends to save his own hide, he was now basically propositioning me.
お前には死んでほしくないんだ。前から大事に思ってたからさ。
I really don't want to see you die. You've been real precious to me for quite some time, you know? Yeah. He's creepy. With an obviously rehearsed and truly sickening pickup line. He really was the slime ball to end all slime balls.
信じらんない。何お前、こっち見んなよ。
Unbelievable. What the hell is wrong with you? Get your eyes off me, you jackass. I couldn't believe he had the nerve to pull something like this. I felt like that may have been the first time I'd ever truly yelled at someone. I was absolutely livid. And he wasn't even done. No, he still had plenty of salt left to throw in the wound.
うるせえブス、調子乗ってんなよ。
Oh, shut the hell up, you ugly bitch. Don't go getting the wrong idea.
せっかく行かせてやろうと思ったのによ。後悔しろや。
I was just trying to be nice and give you a ticket out of this hellhole. But if you don't want it, that's your loss.
死ねえ。こいつマジ切れる。行こう、ゆうや。
Shush. You need to die already. This guy's a lost cause. Yeah, let's just go. My head was swimming. I was scared. I was angry. I was sad. Every negative emotion brought to the forefront, and every positive emotion pushed away. I didn't look back. I just turned away from Shimada, walked over to Yuya's side, and continued past him into the hallway. Yuya had been watching all of this unfold from the other side of the room, and for a moment he just stood there, staring blankly at Shimada.
あ？何見てんだよ。
Eh,
消えろよ、能面野郎。
the hell are you looking at? Get out of my sight, you spacey bastard. Oh boy. Shimada then drew a large knife from his breast pocket. Its tip struggled to glisten in the dull light of the room, but it did ultimately succeed. He began waving it around like a dumbass, probably thinking it made him look more menacing.
見ろよこれ。昨日買ったんだよ。使えそうだろ？いろいろ。
Check it out. Just bought this baby yesterday. Not bad, eh? Bet I could put it to good use in a lot of ways.
お前は本当に面白いな。
You're an amusing fellow. Okay.
あいつ女10人くらいいるんだよ。信じられる？何が大事に思ってたよ。
Does that asshole really have 10 girlfriends? How is that even possible? And yet I'm precious to him somehow. What a crock.
どんだけ女の子バカにしてんの。マジ許せない。
How low of an opinion must he have on women in general to pull crap like that? There's just no excuse. I was indignant, I was fuming, I just kept cursing and mumbling as I fast walked back to the third floor to meet up with the others. And all the while, Yuya was keeping pace with me, saying nothing at all. Always a model of maturity, always even-tempered. He really was like a rock. Or maybe he found my mutterings annoying and was just keeping quiet so I'd do the same. I didn't like that possibility one bit, so I mentally slapped myself on the cheek, paused positively in my voice, and tried to engage him in cheery banter.
ゆうやはその点誠実だよね。女の子を傷つけたこと一回もないでしょ。
You're a far better man than he is. Yeah, you've never said or done anything to hurt a lady, right?
超モテるのに悪い噂聞いたことないもん。ある意味すごいよ。
I mean, I know you've got a lot of women falling for you, but I've never once heard a single bad rumor about you from any of them. It's kind of amazing. I looked him square in the eyes, as if asking him, isn't that right? And for a moment his eyes did meet mine, but then they went right back to the hall. Was he not used to receiving compliments from women? That seemed hard to believe.
よくわからない。
I'm not sure what you mean. What a cute, innocent response. I must have come across as bipolar to him or something. 1 second I tried to lighten the mood with small talk or compliments, and then I would start to feel scared of his school again, or angry at Shimada, or sad for Katayama. My mind just couldn't make up its mind what to feel. Toko, Emmy, isn't anyone there? So this is Mitsuki yelling out.
美月だよね、今の声。下の階だ。
Mitsuki, that was Mitsuki, wasn't it? It was coming from downstairs. Mitsuki's voice echoed up from below, but our friends were waiting for us above. For a moment I wasn't sure which direction to go, but only for a moment. The fact is, our friends were very, very close. So close that it would be foolish not to tell them what was going on before chasing after Mitsuki.
急ごう。エミや片山たち連れてみんなで下に行こうよ。
Come on, we need to check in with Emmy and the others, then follow that voice downstairs. Yuya just nodded and began running up the stairs, and I was right behind him.
お待たせ。出口見つかったよ。さあ、みんな行こう。
Sorry, it took so long. We found an exit. Come on, we have to get moving. I was out of breath, staring down at the ground and talking to what I was assumed would be 3 very attentive friends. But then I looked up. They were all there, but there was no immediacy, no urgency on anyone's face. Emi and Okawa weren't even looking at me, nor at Yuya, but at Katayama. They were fixated on his face, and each bore a sad, hopeless, empty expression, and they certainly weren't about to get moving. Oh boy. There was a general heaviness in the air. Something was very wrong. I gently reached out my hand and touched Emily's shoulder.
どうしたの？
What's going on?
瞳子、ダメ。片山くん、どんどん衰弱してる。
Toko, Katayama's getting weaker. He's not going to make it.
陽介、喋らなくなったよ。どうしよう。陽介。
Ryosuke, why won't you talk to me? Say something, please. Ryosuke. Emily's eyes were filled with tears. Okawa too was cradling Katayama's head and looked like he had been crying this whole time. His eyes were bright red and his nose was running. Yuya, still saying nothing, just walked over to Katayama's side, bent down and began examining his wound.
ゆうや、
Yuya,
急いだ方がいい。
we need to hurry. The four of us silently but unanimously agreed that our best course of action was to pick up Katayama and bring him out through the exit we'd discovered. And we had to be very, very quick about it, or he really would die. I could tell just by looking at him that his time was almost up.
木神くん、背負える？
Kizami, can you carry him?
あ、背に乗せるのを手伝ってくれ。
Yeah, I could use your help getting him up on my back though.
陽介、頑張れ。みんなが助けてくれるぞ。
Ryosuke, hang in there, we'll save you. Oh. As this was all going on, I had that nagging feeling like I was forgetting something. Of course, Mitsuki. We had to go find her. We couldn't just leave her behind after all.
ゆうや、どうしよう。私、2階ちょっと見てきていい？美月の声が気になるんだ。遠くに行っちゃったら。
Yeah, do you mind if I run downstairs and look for Mitsuki? If she wanders too far, she might. He didn't even have to say anything this time. He has told the whole story. Got it. I know I can trust you with this task, they said. And that was enough for me. I shot off down the hill like a bullet. I was determined to find Mitsuki and rejoin everyone en route. I hurried down to the second floor, but Mitsuki's voice was coming from even further down. I'd have to keep going to the first floor, ahead of the others. Right, okay, so back in control again. So I'll go to the first floor. But where do we go? Oh, there's a buddy. Motohiro Suzuki. The door leading out to the covered walkway is frozen in place as if it's just a decoration on the wall. It can't be opened. Okay. Let's try going to the exit. Okay, nothing here. Try going up.
さっき美月の声が聞こえた場所から考えると、これ以上先だと聞こえないよね。戻ってみよう。
No, if I got this place mapped out right in my head, I'll just be getting further and further from where we heard a voice this way. I should go back. Oh. Churu Takahashi. So I can't go that way. Okay.
さっき美月の声が聞こえた場所から考えると、これ以上先だと聞こ
Yeah. There's another body as well. Leona Uma or more. So I can't go that way, so wait. So do I go to the exit then? And try and escape from it? One way or another, we're going to make it out of the school, all of us together. Yeah? But it says go to the first floor. Yeah? I'm confused. Alright, then go back to this way, I suppose. Okay. If I keep running in circles like this, I'd never find her. I was in a state of panic, and I was allowing it to steer my path. Frustrated with the situation, and with myself for choosing to give up and head back empty-handed, I forced myself to stop and turn. I was going to do what I should have done in the first place, call out Masuki's name with everything I had in me and hope she responded.
美月美月どこ
Masuki, Masuki, where are you?
みんないるよ
We're all here. No answer. Just the cold, lonely sounds of rain and wind bearing down on this old, dilapidated building. This may have been a fairly large school, but sound travelled well in here. If she were anywhere in this hallway, I'm sure she would have heard me. And if she were just here only minutes ago, she definitely should have been around now. Could something have happened to her?
美月
Misuki. So I can't go that way, so what way can I go? But it said to go to the first floor. And I am, so perhaps I go up then. But then... I'm confused. Maybe I'll go to a different first floor. Like, the other way. Hopefully it lets us go this way. Oh, nobody. On the 4th Street? What the hell? Okay, so I can't go over that way. But then... Yeah. Maybe I'll go to one of those rooms, perhaps, I don't know. There's absolutely no scenery outside this window, just pitch blackness, and the window itself isn't budging at all. It's simply will not open, no matter how much force is exerted upon it. The cabinet is locked. There appears to be numberless thick books inside. They have titles like The Truth of Tires and Adorable Enough to Kill You. What in the world could that last one possibly be about? Probably something about someone to kill you, probably. There are letters scratched into the corner of the blackboard, similarly with fingernails. Do not trust them, they will betray you. The one who volunteered to go will betray you most severely. He also told about Kazami. The words "kill before you're killed" are scribbled all over the school flyer. Kill before you're killed. That sounds about right. Right, let's go into 3A. So that same girl that we've actually put a blanket over in chapter 2. Making me under. The door is closed up tight, it won't even budge. This door seems like it might just be openable. It's a bunch of dishes. They must have been propped against the door. There are wet, bloody prints all over them. It's a little disturbing. Oh boy. How do feel to be how I'm guessing the last bit says I'm guessing it means starved or something. The writing is partially erased, making it hard to interpret what it might have said. Right. Nothing else here. Do we go? No, don't get back up. I'm sure we got right down. There's got to be something else we got to do. But I don't know what. Maybe that key dropped, I don't know. So I've got no items. We have no clue what to do. Why can't I not go this way? Maybe I have to go up then, perhaps? What's the thing I'm missing here? Looks like I have to get back to the third floor, but weird. What is that? Oh boy. Well, we know one thing, sure, we don't interact with it. And we won't go past it either. It won't let you in anyway. Okay. I go back there again? Maybe it's the... Right, it's still there. I'll save it just in case. I'm gonna interact with him, see what happens. It appears to be the ghost of a young boy. Okay. Look closer. No. So step away. Good. God. What now? With a ghost sitting right at the front foot of the stairs. How was I supposed to get back up to the third floor? Step away. Right. Anything I need? Right, let's just go to the exit and see what happens. Oh. Well, what the hell was that? What had just appeared in front of me? It's a ghost. From the looks of it, you're another victim dragged here against your will. No? Well, I'll tell you now, there's no escape from this school. There is nothing to be gained here but despair. Though if you've got an iron will, you might be able to survive for a little while at least. Here, you should have this. It'll help keep the wandering spirits at bay, though it only works once. So take it, get out there and fight like hell. Stay alive as long as you possibly can. The spirit vanished, but lying on the floor below where it had been was a gemstone. Specifically, a violet-coloured gemstone, probably an amethyst. So I can use that to keep the wandering spirits at bay one time, huh? I guess he meant the full-body ones, or it would have kept him at bay too. Either way, with this gem I felt like I could actually get back to my friends safely. I was as hopeful as one could expect, all things considered. I cried envious. Of course, he also said there was no escape from here, but it was my prerogative to believe what I wanted to believe and ignore what I wanted to ignore. Right. So I'm guessing I can now use that thing against that spirit, which I believe the boy, which is Ro or Vero. From the first game. Also from this, I suppose. From chapter 2. Use the Amphius. I held Amphius in front of me and approached the spirit. Ooh. And incredibly, it actually worked. Both the ghost and the gem faded and disappeared. The stairwell was now free to be traversed.
Amy, 大丈夫。さっきまでそこに幽霊みたいなのがいてさ。
Emmy, are you okay? There was like a ghost at the bottom of the stairs.
みんなは早く片山連れて出よう。
Where is everyone else? Come on, we have to get Katayama situated and get out of here. Wait, what's happened? Emmy's face was absolutely wrecked with tears, and she was shaking her head violently. She wanted to tell me something, but the words just weren't coming. I had a really bad feeling about this. I ran past her to the bathroom to where Katayama was being lifted onto Yu's shoulders when I left. Oh no. Why? Katayama was back on the floor, right where he had set him down when this whole ordeal began. Why wasn't he on Yu's shoulders? What was going on? I had an inkling, but I didn't want to believe it, so I pushed it out of my mind.
ゆうや、みんな何してるの？
Yuya, what are you all still doing here?
早く片山連れてかなきゃ。
We need to get Takayama ready to go.
会わなかったよ。
He didn't make it. What?
さっき瞳子が降りた後、すごい声を上げて、そのまま。
Right after you left, he let out a huge scream, and then he just went limp.
嘘。
No. I didn't know what else to say. A person had just died, and not some stranger, but a person I knew, a friend. It was the strangest feeling. I kept looking at him and thinking, is he really dead? Is this really what a person looks like when he dies? Seeing him like that drained every last bit of energy I had in me. I fell to my knees, thoroughly defeated. Damn.
大川くん、片山くんから離れないって。
Hakawa says he isn't moving from Katayama's side.
どうすればいいの？
So, what are we supposed to do now? And me and I couldn't stay near the body. We had gone down to the second floor where we picked a corner and just stood there, trying to recompose ourselves. Yuya elected to stay with Okawa on the third floor, I guess to try and break him from his shock and help put some distance between him and Katayama. None of this felt real, or maybe I just didn't want it to be real. It was a nightmare, it had to be. I'd just sit up in my bed and it would all be over.
どうしてこんなことになっちゃったんだろう。
Why did this have to happen?
冷めないね。おかしいな。
I'm not waking up. I don't get it.
うん、
Hmm?
冷めないの。さっきから夢だと思おうとしてるんだけど。
I'm not waking up. I keep trying to tell myself this is all just a dream. But...
瞳子。
Toko... My energy was waning again. I sank to the ground, landing on my knees. Emily followed my lead and put an arm around me for comfort. Our friend had just died. He just died. God, why? Emily and I looked at each other. We both heard them footsteps coming down the hall. It was too dark to make out who it was, but the gate was decidedly Mel. The two of us slowly and quietly rose to our feet, hid around a corner and peeked out, both terrified and curious as to whom or what we might see. Who is it? There, at the end of the hall, the figure finally came into view. It was a tallish man, unsteadily teetering as he slowly strode towards us. It was Shimada, drenched from head to toe. What?
島田君
Shima. Huh? Emily shot forward, intending to run toward him, but I grabbed her arm and held her back without even thinking about it. She turned and looked at me with a puzzled expression.
あいつ私無理
I can't handle him.
まさかなんかされたの
What? Don't tell me he did something to you.
うん
No.
よかったこんな時だし起こったことだけでも伝えておかないと
Thank goodness, at times like these especially, we really need to keep each other in the loop about everything that happens. She looked back at me again as she said this, staring right into my eyes in an almost disciplinary manner. It was a perfect guilt stare. I couldn't help but succumb to it, feeling bad for not having filled her in about the Shimada incident. Yeah. Shimada continued his slow, wet walk down the hall. Then, all of a sudden, for no discernible reason, he simply fell forward, landing hard on his knees. Something was wrong with him, and while I loathed the man, I didn't want to see him suffer. Emily and I were both poised to rush to his aid, when other figures randomly began appearing all around him. Figures of children, blue and ethereal, shimmering with their own light. Oh God. He's dead, I think. What are they? We could barely even see Shimada from our vantage point anymore, as his body was obscured almost completely by the backs of these ghost children. He wasn't moving, though, so it didn't seem like they were doing anything to him. But then, he wasn't moving at all, which seemed highly suspicious. It occurred to me that maybe we should try to save him. I inched forward. He was still in exactly the same position he had been when he fell to his knees. He literally hadn't moved at all. Was he unconscious? Emily and I looked at one another and nodded. It was a silent signal to move forward and do whatever we could do to help. The children vanished as we approached, revealing a horrific sight. Shimada's stomach had been flayed wide open. He was dead. Wait. shit, that's his knife. That's shit, man. The knife he had flaunted earlier was just jutting from the wound. It was an almost ceremonial death, like that of a samurai who had thrown himself on his sword. Oh boy. No, no. What were those children?
知らないよ。まだ近くにいるんじゃないの？
How should I know? And they might still be nearby. Oh god.
キザミ君、
Oh, it's
大
Kazami.
変なの。島田君が、島田君が。
Kazami, it's horrible. Shimada is the who presumably rushed down to see what was wrong, calmly walked over to Shimada's body, who was checking for signs of his respiration or pulse. He turned back to face us again a moment later, and his facial expression said it all. Shimada really was dead. I was beginning to lose it. I just couldn't take it any more of this. My friends and acquaintances were dying one by one. I guess I should say had died, but it didn't seem like it was over, not by a long shot.
やばいよ。ここ。何かいる。私たちを殺そうとしてる。
This is bad. There's something in here with us, something that's trying to kill us. Hell, it was doing more than trying. It had already succeeded twice over. I was scared, I was paranoid, I was shaking and crying and screaming. Inside, I was deathly afraid that something else would show up, and then it did. What showed up? Oh boy. Sasuke. It was a little girl in a red dress standing between us and the third floor staircase. I couldn't make out the expression on her face through her bangs, but I could literally feel the hatred in her eyes as she stared into our souls. Then she turned around and slid up the staircase into the third floor hallway. Oh boy.
何？
What? Emmy was turned the other way, so she hadn't seen the girl at all. She eventually followed our gazes, but by that time the girl was gone. She looked confused. That particular apparition looked a lot different from the other ghosts I'd seen, but there was still no doubt in my mind she was definitely a ghost.
大川君は連れてこようよ。とにかく出なきゃ、この学校から。
Well, what do we do about Okawa? We have to get him. We have to get out of this school now.
私呼んでくる。
I'll go call him down.
待て。
Wait,
ゆうや、私も。
yeah, I'll come with.
危険だ。ここで待っていろ。
It could be dangerous. You wait here. Dangerous? Well, that is the direction the girl in the red dress went, and I guess you didn't want me to be put in harm's way. I nodded and watched his back recede into the darkness as he chased after Emmy. Pull
落ち着け、トコ。
yourselves together. Pull yourself together, Toko.
冷静な心にかなう武器はない。
You know what they say, no weapon can pierce a calm heart.
今一番大事なことは何？
So what's the most important thing right now? Oh boy. Oh no. No, no, no! What was going on? Why was Emmy screaming? I could hear voices now. Emmy and Okawa were having a heated argument.
無理よ、置いて逃げなきゃ捕まるわ。
That's not possible. We have to leave him and run. We'll get caught if we don't.
こいつを置いていけないだろう。早く病院へ連れて行かなきゃ。
No, we can't just leave him behind. We have to take him to a hospital.
もう死んでるわ。
But he's dead.
死んでない。
No, he's not.
死んでる。
He's dead.
死んでない。
He's not.
死んでないんだ。
He can't be. Oh, poor guy. Leave him and run. We'll get caught. That ghost girl must have been pursuing them.
大変だ。行かなきゃ。
This is bad. I have to go help him. What the?
人殺し。
Murderer! Wait, what? Oh shit. Katayama's body was sprawled unceremoniously on the landing halfway out to the third floor, along with Okawa. At the top of the stairs stood Emmy, and in front of her, Yuya, with an imposing scowl on his face. I didn't understand any of this. What had just happened? Oh god. Means that he's dead, so. Emmy let out another scream and came running towards me down the stairs. Kawa then seemed as if he'd fallen and broken his arm. He was silently crawling toward me. It was almost as if he were trying to distance himself from Yuya.
人殺し。人殺し。
Murderer! Murderer! I ran to the base of the stairs to meet up with Emmy. I needed some sort of context here.
エミ、何？どうしたの？
Emmy, what happened? What's going on?
逃げろ。逃げろ。殺されるぞ。
Run! Run away! You'll be killed!
キサミ君が蹴り落としたの。急に。
Kisame kicked him down the stairs out of the blue. What? I glanced up at Yuya, but his face was shrouded in darkness. I couldn't make out any expression at all. So this must be when Sasuke might have taken over Yuya and made him like a murderer. Even though he used to murder animals and stuff as when he was a child, but he might have changed when he grew up, and then just Sasuke might have brought all back that memories or what he used to do. Okawa seemed to have reached his breaking point. He shot to his feet and took off behind me towards the second floor as fast as he could. He kicked Okawa down the stairs. Why?
嘘でしょ。
Yeah, it's not true, is it? Slowly, he walked down to the landing. He was neither concerned or scornful. His face was a blank slate. As soon as he reached my level, he bent down and began fiddling with Katayama's body, ugh, raising the arms and letting them drop, wiping blood from the ears and nose, then looking at it as if studying a specimen under a microscope. What the hell? He was enjoying this. I finally got to see an emotion very clearly on his face, and it was elation. How was this not some crazy dream? Yeah, no! Tears began spilling from my eyes like water. I was shocked, confused, and I don't even know what else. Toko, get away from him, hurry. God, no! Oh boy. So he goes to the nurse office. Emily and I found ourselves standing in front of the door to the school infirmary.
鍵島田が泣いてなくしちゃったんだよね。
Shimada took the key and lost it, so this room is no good.
こんなとこ逃げ込んで、もし見つかったら終わりだよ。下に逃げよう。
If we hid in a place like that, we'd be seen ducks anyway. We need to go further down to the first floor. The poor girl was frantic. I can't say I blamed her, but, well, something about this whole situation just didn't feel right to me. Let's just say...
やっぱり私信じられない。
Amy, I'm still not sure we need to run.
何が
Huh? What?
ゆうやがあんな優しいゆうやがひどいことするなんて。
I just don't believe you, kind, sweet you, would be capable of something like that.
だって本当に蹴り落としたのよ。
But he really did kick him down the stairs. It happened.
大川を信じられないよ。
He kicked Okakawa? How can that possibly be true?
じゃあ勝手にすればいいよ。もう。
Fine, do what you want then. I don't care anymore. With that, Emmy pushed me out of the way and ran past me toward the stairwell leading to the first floor.
エミ
Emmy.
知らない。私のこと嘘つきだって言うんでしょ。
I have nothing more to say to you. You wouldn't believe me anyway, since you're so convinced I'm lying. And off she went. I was now separated from every one of my friends. But was I really in danger? I mean, I was, but from you? That just didn't seem right. Or more likely, I didn't want it to be. I wanted you to believe that this was all just a misunderstanding. My legs were shaking and my head was swimming. I just stood there unsure where I should go or what I should do. And then there he was, right behind me. And in his hands was Shimada's huge knife. The one that was last seen jutting from Shimada's stomach. It was still dripping with blood. This definitely made matters more complicated. How could I doubt Yu's guilt when he was holding something like that? Why did he even have it? How could he possibly bring himself to pull a knife from his friend's lifeless corpse? But I wasn't going to run. I turned around and I braced myself. I opened my mouth, intent on discussing this rationally. If I ran away now, I felt like it would all be over. There would be Nothing left to save, no one left to trust. But what could I possibly say to him? Wait, now I've got an option. Okay. My body was still visibly shuddering, and I doubted I'd have much of a voice if I tried talking. But I just wanted this all to be a horrible mistake so badly that I knew I had to say something. I knew I had to get through to him. Maybe he was just freaking out in his own way. This whole experience had been taxing for all of us, and you as only human, he must have been terrified. And maybe I could help get him through it, get him to talk about what's bothering him, and feel a little better. It was worth a shot, at least.
ゆうや大丈夫？
Are you alright?
桐崎、浦部と大川はどこだ？
Kurosaki, do you know where Obe and Okawa are? That's a bit weird. But then again, it could be true. Sachiko might have, like the darkening, possessed him and he doesn't know what he's doing.
どうして？
Huh? Why? No answer. He just started muttering to himself and slowly walked right past me, as if I weren't even there. Okay.
ゆうや何するの？何持ってるのそれ？
Yeah, what are you doing? What do you have in your hands?
使えそうだ。いろいろ。
I thought I could put it to good use in a lot of ways.
やめて！捨ててよ！
Stop this. Get rid of that thing. No, I couldn't let this go on. I grabbed him by the arm and just clung to him, putting my full weight on his body to keep him from going any further down the hallway. He was at a crossroads, about to walk down the path of no return. I wasn't going to lose the kind, considerate Yura I'd fallen for. Unfortunately, the only tools I had at my disposal for stopping him were my feelings, and those just weren't going to be enough. Oh no. I was so startled that it took me a moment before I'd even figured out what happened.
同じだ。ここでは。
It's the same in here, you know. That was the first time in my entire life that I'd ever been punched in the head, and he put everything he had into it.
この学校に殺されるのも。
Getting killed by the school. I couldn't focus. My brain was still rattling inside my skull from the impact.
俺に殺されるのも。
Or getting killed by me. The world was spinning. I looked up at him with spasmodic, twitchy, tear-filled eyes. There was no sign of remorse or compassion whatsoever. He looked like a feudal warrior clutching his sword and staring down at his enemy. The area all around my eye was throbbing. It hurt so badly and felt so swollen and sore. I couldn't even imagine what it must have looked like. And he wasn't done with me. He got in closer and closer, grinning unnaturally as he raised his fist for a second strike. Oh gosh.
お前で試すか。最初は。
Let's test this out on you, shall we? You can be the first. Oh no. I was running on pure instinct and adrenaline at this point. I shot to my feet and just forced them to carry me to safety. Somewhere, anywhere. He was going to kill me. He was really going to kill me. God. I felt something rattling around uncomfortably inside my mouth, so I spit it out into my hand. It was white. A single white tooth with blood red highlights at its root. That maniac had actually knocked out one of my teeth. Oh, poor Toka. God, my tooth. It was there, just behind me. I panicked, tripping over my own feet and stumbling to the ground on the landing between the first and second floor. I had fallen on my backside, dropping my tooth on the ground next to me. I began slinking away from the encroaching figure of Yuya Kazami. Save me. Somebody. Anybody. God. Please. No. No. I was scooting backwards across the floor, too stiff, sore and scared to stand. But then my hand brushed across something small and metallic. A key. Ooh.
島田がなくした保健室の鍵だ。
Ah, it's the infirmary key that Shimada lost. But wait. Kazami's that way. Even with my hand right over it, I was shaking so badly that I could barely work my fingers to get a grip. It was the most frustrating feeling in the world, and for a few seconds that felt like hours, I just kept trying in vain to pick up that damn key. Finally, I slipped my finger through the ring. I had it. This was my one and only chance. Scrambling to my feet, I somehow slipped past Yuya. I ran back up to the second floor as fast as I could force my shaky legs to carry me. I had a key. I could lock myself in. I could hide in the infirmary. Kazami didn't pursue, not right away. He just stood there, staring at the tooth that I'd dropped on the ground, staring intently as if trying to make out what he was seeing.
歯か
Her tooth. What the fuck? Don't tell me. Oh. Oh, that's gross. Really? Oh god. There didn't seem to be any way to lock the door from the inside. I need you to find a hiding place before you showed up. The corner of the room. Under the bed, maybe? I was gaining every inch of the room as quickly as possible, sizing up my surroundings. My eyes stopped on one of the missing shelves.
ハサミが置いてある。
Scissors. There are scissors in there. It felt like such a revelation, like the answer I was looking for. But what was I going to do with scissors? Well, could stab him. Was I going to fight her? Yeah, I wouldn't stand a chance. I decided to leave them there. I stepped back and crouched down behind the partitioning screen that was set up in the middle of the room. Oh. There's a ghost girl in a red dress coming. Urabe had run back to the bathrooms on the third floor to warn Okawa about the imminent threat that was approaching. Unsurprisingly, he was still crouched on the ground, cradling Katayama's lifeless head in his arms. And he was still stubbornly insistent that if he were to leave that spot, he'd have to carry Katayama with him. That's not possible. We have to leave him and run. We'll get caught if we don't.
こいつを置いていけないだろう。早く病院へ連れて行かなきゃ。
No, we can't just leave him behind. We have to. We have to take him to the hospital.
もう死んでるわ。
But he's dead.
死んでない。
No, he's not.
死んでる。
He's dead.
死んでない。死んでないんだ。
He's not. He can't be. What some foolish man. I'd had enough. I decided I'll rip Katayama's body from Okawa's arms and kick it down the stairs. Wait, what? It made one hell of a thud when it hit the landing, but he was already dead, so what did it matter? As long as it helped get Okawa moving, I didn't care. See? Look, he's dead. So get your ass off of that floor and run.
目を覚ませ。片山はもう死んでいる。早くここから逃げるんだ。
Open your eyes, Katayama. He is dead. We have to get out of here now. Kisame? Urabe was looking at me, then at Katayama's body, then back at me, as if she could make up her mind, which was more interesting. So we're actually playing as Kisame. But why was she looking at me? Did I have something in my face? Okawa, on the other hand, was focused squarely on Katayama, who was trembling all over, but I thought he finally understood. Then he turned toward me.
人殺し。
Murderer! You're like a madman, and ran down the stairs toward his friend's body. He wasn't exactly in his right mind, however, so those last few steps didn't quite go as planned. He tripped and fell quite hard next to Katayama. Oh, so that's what actually happened then. You didn't actually kick him. Murderer, murderer.
エミ、何、どうしたの？
Emmy, what happened? What's going on?
人殺し。誰がだ？
Murderer? Who? Me? I wasn't the one who killed Katayama.
逃げろ逃げろ殺されるぞ
Run. Run away. You'll be killed.
そうか
I see.
ここでは
In here.
学校に殺されるのも俺に殺されるのも同じってことか
Getting killed by a school and getting killed by me are one and the same. So he didn't kill anyone, and he's just now because Okawa said he's a murderer. It sort of triggered something in Kisami's mind about this.
どうせみんな死ぬのだからな
We're all going to die here either way, after all. Oh boy. And that's the end of chapter 7, Tooth. Prologue Blood Drive chapter is now playable. So Tomokazu, Shuji Kitata, Yumi Igarashi, Seiko Yoshida, Satomi Moriya. So system, yep. System data saved. So I can now play Blood Drive. We could actually watch the prologue if you want. Because I'll be doing this tomorrow. We're starting Blood Drive. Yeah, might as well view the prologue. Bigger Shadows, Prologue, Blood Drive. So this actually starts from, it's actually a direct sequel from the true end of Corpse Party 1, where Naomi is freaking out. Her mum is basically telling her that Seiko doesn't exist, and also everyone else thinks Seiko does not exist as well, apart from the survivors, Satoshi, Yuka, Ayumi, Yoshiki as well. There's only 5 that survived the Heavenly Host.
でね、うちの子が言うにはさ、あの事件は学校で流行ってる学校裏サイトが絡んでるとかね。怖いわね。
And you know what my kid told me? He said that incident was connected with an underground website that's gotten real popular at his school.
ああ、ちょっと前にニュースでも話題になったわね。ブログがいじめの温床になっているとか、出会い系の的にされてるとか。まだあるのあれって。
Oh, I think I heard about that on the news a while back. Profiles being used for bullying and to find dates. Is that kind of stuff still going on?
今でこそあまりニュースとかで表面化しないけど、まだまだ続いてるみたいよ。
Well, the news has stopped covering it, but it's still happening, from what I hear.
うちの子もやってるのかしらね。聞いてみようかしら。
I wonder if my kid goes on any websites like that. Maybe I should talk to him about it.
学校帰りの夕方、私はまた来てしまった。
It was late afternoon, right around the time students were returning home from school, and here I was again.
目の前に聖子の家のインターホンがある。
Standing right in front of the intercom at the door to Seiko's house.
もうここに来てから1時間以上。ずっと襲うかどうか迷い続けている。
I've been here for over an hour now, standing, staring, wondering whether to push that button.
このままいても本当に不審者だ。昨日も一昨日も私はここで長い間立ち尽くして家に引き返していた。
I must have looked truly suspicious, especially since I've been here yesterday and the day before, too, and each time I wound up just going home.
今日こそはと思いを固めてきたんだ。意を決して襲う。
But today would be different. That's what I told myself. Today, I'd actually push that intercom button. I was ready to face my demons. Okay, I'm gonna just change. Blood Drive, Prologue. So that's Seiko's siblings. You and I can't remember what the other one was.
こらみんな飛び出しちゃダメだぞ。
Hey, you two can't just run off like that. So that's you.
ゆうくんだ。聖子の弟の。
That was you. Seiko's younger brother. and it's Aya.
よし整列ちゃんと靴履いて
Alright, line up. Make sure you've got your shoes on tight.
うんほら帽子が曲がってる
There we go. Hey, straighten that hat. Wait. Someone else called Kay?
いい子だなよしよしじゃあ兄ちゃんと手つないでいくぞちゃんと買い物に行けるかなケイあや
Very good. I think we're ready now. Take my hands, please. Now you think you two can behave at the market? Kay? Aya? Uh-huh. You bet.
いい返事だ
That's what I like to hear.
私はとっさに物陰に隠れてしまったユウくんやあの子たちは確かに聖子の兄弟たちだ
I made sure I hid out of sight while they were leaving the house. You and those other two kids were definitely Seiko's younger siblings. I thought she only had you and Aya. Or did she have three? I don't know.
そう私はあの子たちに会いたくて来たんだ
Yeah, I think she had three siblings. Yeah. They were the reason I come. They were the ones I wanted to see.
何を話せばいいのかわからないでも聖子は確かにいたんだから
I had no idea what I'd say to them, but I knew for sure that Seiko existed, so I had to say something.
この携帯の写メを見せてお姉ちゃんだよって聖子のこと聞こう
Maybe I show them this cell phone picture and tell them, hey, this is your sister, and ask if they remembered anything about her.
大丈夫説明すれば大丈夫わからないなんて言うわけがない
Well, that's a bad idea. It'll be okay. I just need to explain myself. They'll understand. They had to.
私は心を決めて潜んでいた物陰から出た
I've made up my mind. Now was the perfect chance. I stepped out from my hiding place.
ね
Hey,
声をかけた私の腕を後ろから誰かが掴んで引っ張った
but I barely made out a single word before I felt someone grab my arm from behind, holding me back. Huh?
誰
Who's there?
ダメよダメ
Oh, it's Ayumi. Don't do this. Don't do it.
委員長
Class rep,
気持ちわかるけどダメ
I understand where you're coming from, but you can't do this.
委員長篠崎さんが首を横に振って私を制止するみるみる自分の視界が滲んでいく
Now, class rep Shinosaki was shaking her head at me. She was determined to stop me from confronting Seiko's family. My vision was starting to blur.
あの子たちに会ってどうするの分かってるでしょ結果は
What do you plan to say to them? You know how it's going to turn out. Oh, poor Naomi.
だって
But,
私は涙が止まらなくなってその場にしゃがみ込んだ委員長も目に涙を浮かべて私を見つめていた
I couldn't hold back my tears any longer. I squatted on the ground and looked up at the class rep, who was staring back at me with equally glassy eyes.
私の気持ちを本当に理解して共有してくれるのは
There were only a handful of people in the world who could truly understand what I was going through.
天神症事件から生きて帰ってきた この篠崎さんとサトシと岸沼とゆかちゃんだけ。
Only those of us who returned from Heavenly Host Elementary School are alive. Only Shinosaki, Satoshi, Kishishinuma, and Yuka.
天神症で命を落としてしまった友達、聖子や鈴本さん、森重、宍戸先生は
As for those who lost their lives, they're Seiko, Suzumoto, Moshige, and Mishishido.
私たちの帰ってきたこの世界では存在自体が抹消されてしまっていたんだ。
We came back to find that their very existence was wiped clean from this world entirely.
中島さん、聞いて。
Nakashima, hey.
うなだれて打ちひしがれて歩いていた私に、横を歩いていた委員長が意を決したように切り出した。
I was walking home, defeated and dejected, with the class rep at my side, when she suddenly addressed me. It sounded like she wanted to tell me something.
私ね、天神小学校を脱出してからこの半月の間、ずっとあの学校を支配していた篠崎義恵と
I've been doing research these last couple of weeks at the library, looking up information about the Shinosaki estate.
篠崎幸子、二人の家、篠崎家についてを図書館で調べていたの。
That's the house where Yoshi and Sachiko Shinosaki lived, the place that the beings in control of Heavenly Host once called home.
連続児童誘拐殺害事件の新聞記事にはちょっとしか幸子のことは載っていないし、
You might recall that the newspaper articles we found about a kidnapping and murder incident gave precious little information about Sachiko.
その前の保健医開始事件については地域新聞以外には取り上げられてすらいないからちょっと大変だったんだけれどね。
And aside from local papers, nobody even bothered covering the news about Yoshi's death at all. Digging up this information was no small feat.
地面を見ながらポツポツと話す委員長の口調は落ち着いた静かな決意のようなものが感じられた。
She was looking down at her feet and kept a steady, quiet tone the whole time she was talking. It seemed like this was all leading up to something.
霊やオカルトの話についてはこの子はちょっとした権威だ。私はなんとなく頼もしいような思いで彼女の話を聞いていた。
But she was kind of an expert when it came to ghosts and occult and such, so I trusted her. I wanted to know where she was going with this.
旧天神症のあったこの経験の外れ、山あいの近くにね、篠崎義恵の家があるらしいの。
It seems Yoshi Shinasaki's former home is here, in his prefecture. It's in the outskirts by the mountains.
家、幸子と義恵の。
Her home, like Yoshi's and Sachiko's?
そう、この県内よ。
Yep, right in our backyard.
そんな近くに？
It's that close.
ええ。天神小学校はもともと私たちの地元にあった学校なの。
Yeah, Heavenly Host once stood where Kizuragi is now, after all.
そこに勤めていた篠崎義恵の家なんだから、それほど距離は離れていないわよ。
And since Yoshi Shinosaki worked there, it makes sense her home wouldn't be too terribly far away.
奈穂さんのブログにも載っていたんだけれど、あの人が幸子さんの片白のオリジナルをサルベージしてきた現地なの。
Naho mentioned it in her notes too, remember? That's where she salvaged the original Sachiko proxy for the ritual.
ね、何かあると思わない？
So, yeah, seems like a good place for us to find something, don't you think?
そこには今でも篠崎家の呪いのオリジンが眠っているのよ。呪いを解明する何らかの手がかりがきっとあると思うの。
The origin of the Shinosaki family's curse rests within those walls, and I believe there must be some clue there that could help shed light on it.
私は思わず唾を飲み込んだ。
She had my full attention now. I swallowed hard, as if I were taking it all in.
住所も控えてきた。電車に乗れば1時間足らずで着けるわ。中島さん、調査に行かない？今から。
I got an address too. If we take the train, we could be there in less than an hour. So, what do you say, Nakashima? Let's go check it out right now.
篠崎の家。
The Shinosaki estate.
天神小学校では命に関わる思いをした。その呪いの元凶に接近するんだ。危険な目に遭う可能性は数倍高いはずだ。でも
I was haunted by my memories of Heavenly Host, and this would entail visiting the source of it all, where the danger would be far greater, yet somehow.
行こう、委員長。
Lead on, class rep.
時計は午後の4時半を回っていた。
It was right around 4:30 in the afternoon.
寒くなり始めたこの時期だと向こうに着いてもすぐに日が落ちそうだけれど。
The day was already cooling into night, and the sun would surely be setting shortly after we arrived at our destination.
それでも私はきっと委員長も
But neither of us really cared.
一刻も早く出かけたかった。何でもいい。現状を打開するきっかけになるものが見つかるのなら。
I just wanted to be there as soon as humanly possible. If there were even the slightest chance of finding answers, I'd welcome it.
私たちはすがるような思いで電車に飛び乗って県の端にあるその場所へと向かうことにしたんだ。
The two of us went right to the station and hopped on the very next train we could find out to the countryside, grasping at straws for all we were worth. I began to wish I'd gone back to change clothes before we left. But if I'd done that, I'd have had to explain to Mum where I was going, and I sincerely doubt she would have been amenable to the idea. I could have always just gone anyway, of course, but then I'd be doubtly disobeying my mother, and I'd doubtly making her sick about me. The class rep and I were seated next to each other on a local commuter train I had never ridden before. There were only two other passengers. Much like us, they were simply staring down at the ground and riding in silence, lost in their own thoughts. These last couple of weeks have been brutal. All five of us who survived were feeling it. We were more exhausted than we'd ever been in our entire lives. But no matter how crazy people said we were, no matter how much our souls ached from the memories, we could never forget Seiko and the others. Every photo we had of them, though, be it on film or digital, had its face blacked out completely. And the scariest, saddest thing I could imagine was the passage of time, because eventually I knew I'd have trouble remembering what they looked like.
聞いて。
Listen,
整理するわね。私たちだけは覚えてる。ゆい先生や鈴本さん、篠原さん、森重くん。
I want to run something by you. We're the only ones who have any memory of Miss Yui, Suzumoto, Shinohara, and Morishige, right?
天神小学校で命を落とした人たちはみんな最初からいなかったかのように現世の人の記憶から消されている。
Because if you die in Heavenly Host, it's as if you never existed in the first place. You're erased from the collective memory of everyone in the real world. Why was she bringing this up? I just looked down at my knees, trying unsuccessfully to fight back the tears that were welling up in my eyes yet again.
だけどこれを見て。
Well, have a look at this.
ナホの霊界情報局、あの霊能力者の子のブログだね。
Naho's nods to the Netherworld. It's just that spirit medium girl's blog, right?
何か気づかない？
Doesn't anything seem odd about it to you? The blog's final entry was the one detailing the Sashiko Ever After ritual, but we already knew that. There were no updates after it because...
あれ、ナホって人、確か
Wait, didn't Naho die?
そう。
Right. The class rep nodded and looked into my eyes.
ナホさんも天神小学校の中で命を落としたはず。
Naho lost her life in Heavenly Host Elementary School, just like everyone else. Oh yeah. But then, how'd she manage to... Like, if she died, then wouldn't all her, like, assistants be erased? Like, even these guys wouldn't have known that.
どういうこと？
But, how can that be?
理由はわからないわ。だけどこの通り全ての人が存在を消されるわけじゃないみたいなの。
I'm not sure of the reason, but this is proof, positive proof that not everyone who dies in the school gets erased from existence.
調べたけど同じようにあの学校で亡くなっていた響先生の存在もこの世にちゃんと残ってた。
I checked on her mentor, Mr. Kibiki, too. He also died in Heavenly Host, but just like Naho, there's still ample record of his existence. I was literally on the edge of my seat, leaning in close and hanging on her for every word. She flashed me a smile.
希望を捨てないでいいよ。
So let's not give up hope, okay? Okay. Oh. I was crying hard now, but for the first time since we come back, I could see the tiniest, faintest glimmer of hope in the darkness. It wasn't much to go on, but it was easily the best news I'd heard in 2 weeks, and it made me feel a lot better after this impromptu trip. Even just this one vague clue improved our chances of finding something at the Shinosaki estate significantly. At least now we knew what to look for.
岸駅です。
Now arriving at Kishi Station.
着いたね。すごい。本当に地方って感じ。なんか空気が美味しい。
Guess we're here. Man, we're really out in the boonies, aren't we? The air smells so delicious.
よかったね。まだ日が明るいうちで。さあ、暗くなる前になんとか現地に行きましょう。
It's nice, isn't it? And we were fortunate to get here while there's still some light left. We should find the estate before it gets dark.
ええ。
Yeah.
終点の駅で電車を降りると、そこは畑や民家が並ぶ少し寂れた雰囲気の静かな農村だった。
This was the end of the line. A desert farming community with nothing but farmhouses and fields as far as the eye could see.
山あいの土地を開発しているためか、道が緩やかに上り坂になっている。
There is only one main road, and due to the mountainside setting off this picturesque village, it maintained a gradual upward slope the whole way.
人があんまりいないね。
Not a lot of people around.
できれば人に会って話を聞きたいんだけどな。
Yeah, and here I was kind of hoping I could meet with more of the locals and ask some questions.
この辺りでは篠崎家は結構大きな影響力のある家柄だったみたいなの。
Evidently, the Shinosaki family had a lot of clout here once, and were held in high esteem.
そうなんだ。委員長も篠崎さんだけど、遠い縁者だったりするのかな、やっぱ。
Really? Since you're a Shinosaki too, I wonder if you have some distant ancestry in common with them or something.
どうだろう。篠崎姓は全国にいっぱいいるからね。
I guess it's possible, but there are an awful lot of Shinosakis in Japan, you know?
ふん。
That's true.
ねえ、道はこっちで合ってるの？
So, are we going the right way?
こっちだと思うんだけど、目的の住所、実は番地の詳細までは分かってないんだよね。
I think it's this way, yeah. But to be honest, the address I found didn't have a house number, so I'm not entirely sure.
あ、でも委員長の携帯なら、ほら、GPS だっけ？あれでざっくりと方向はわかるんじゃないの？
Oh, but what about your cell phone? Doesn't it have that GPS thing that can't we use that to figure out where we're going?
それがね、ここ、なぜだか位置情報を取得できないの。おかしいな。
I already tried, but it looks like there's no map data on file for this area, which is actually very strange. Very strange indeed.
よくわからないけど。
If you say so.
道は舗装はされているけどひびだらけで、細かな石や砂がいっぱい転がっているから歩くたびにジャリジャリ言う。
The road was paved the whole way, but it was full of cracks and holes, resulting in countless tiny pebbles and patches of sand crunching under our feet.
少しずつ空が暗くなってきているせいかな。
When the darker it got, the more noticeable the sound of the uneven terrain became.
見知らぬ土地をこうして女子2人で制服で歩いていると、なんとなく心もとなくなってきた。
There was something unsettling about the idea of two schoolgirls in uniform walking through a strange, largely deserted village at the cusp of twilight.
ねえ、やっぱり人に聞いた方がいいよね。あのうち訪ねてみない？
Hey, I really think we should stop and ask someone for directions. How about we pay that house a visit?
委員長が前方にある一軒家を指さす。
She was pointing at one of the isolated farmhouses directly in front of us.
そうだね。暗くなってきてるし、急ごうか。
Sounds good. It's getting dark, after all. Let's pick up the pace.
すみません。
Excuse me.
すみません。
Hello?
留守かな。他を当たろうか。
Maybe they're at home. Let's try someplace else. Okay. What the hell?
びっくりした。なんだろう。
That scared the crap out of me. What was that? Huh?
怖いね。離れましょう。
Yeah, I don't like this. Let's get away from here.
なんか嫌な感じだけど、でも場所聞かないことには始まらないからね。よし、あのお家に行ってみよう。
I know it's a little unsettling, but if we don't get some information, we will never find a place. So come on, let's try asking at that one.
委
委員長は付近にあった青い屋根の民家を指さした。
This time she was pointing to a slightly more inviting looking residence nearby, sporting a blue roof.
すみません。
Hello?
すみません。
Hello, is anyone home?
はい。
Older lady. So is someone home then? Yes?
あの
Uh,
こんばんは。ちょっと道をお尋ねしたいのですが。
good evening, miss. We're a bit lost and would be very grateful if you could help us find our way.
玄関ドアのすりガラスを挟んで女性の姿が見える。
I can see the figure of a middle-aged woman through the frosted glass door.
知らない人間の私たちの声にためらったのか、女性は少し悩んでから、
I wasn't sure if she was actually going to open it for us, given that we were strangers and she was, by all appearances, a woman alone in an isolated house.
はい。
What's all this then?
こんばんは。突然ごめんなさい。私たち藤沢市から来ました。あるお宅を目指しているのですが、住所がわからなくて。
Ah, good evening. I'm sorry to bother you so late. We've come all the way from Fujisawa, and we're trying to find a certain residence.
あらあら、かわいいお客さん。もう暗くなるのに大変だね。
Oh my, what cute little visitors and coming all this way with the sun going down, no less.
よかった。優しそうな人だ。私は委員長と一緒にペコリと頭を下げておばさんと話をした。
Thank goodness, she seemed like a perfectly normal, perfectly kind old woman. I took my place next to the class rep and bowed my head in respect.
どこに行きたいんだって？
So where is it you're trying to go then?
この住所に行きたくて、でも番地の詳細がわからないんです。こちらのお宅なのですが。
I'm trying to reach his address, but I don't have a house number. This is all I know.
どれどれ？
Let's see.
篠崎の家になんのよ。
What business do you have at the Shinosaki estate?
実は私たち調べ事をしていて。
Actually, we're investigating something, right?
あ、はい。学校のことで必要があって。
Oh yeah, that's right. It's for school assignment.
おばさんは急に立ち上がり、強引に私たちの体を家の外に押し出した。
The old lady's demeanor changed in an instant. She made herself as large as she could and began pushing us out of her house. Huh?
おばさん、何？
Miss, is something wrong?
出て行きな。早く出て行きな。
Get out. Go on. Get out of here. What?
何なの？
What was that all about?
篠崎家の名前を出しただけであんなに？
Just seeing the word Shinosaki estate seemed to send her off the deep end.
困ったね。
This could be a problem. Oh boy.
辺りを見回すとだんだん日が落ちてきている。まだ空は青いけど街灯に明かりがつき始めていた。
The day was fading fast. The sky was still blue for now, but it was getting darker by the minute. Street lights were popping on all around us.
別の家探しましょう。篠崎家について教えてくれる人だってきっといるよ。
Let's just try to find another house. There must be someone around here who will tell us what we need to know.
そうだね。
Yeah, you think, Hmm?
おばさんまだ立ってる。扉の向こう。
The old lady is still standing there, right inside the door.
本当だ。 なんでまだ見てるの？
Oh god, you're right. Why? Is she still watching us?
行こう。なんか怖い。
Let's go, okay? This is getting really creepy.
明るかったおばさんの表変に怖くなって、私たちは足早にそこを離れた。
She seemed like such a kind old woman too, when she first answered the door, but now she just felt menacing. The sudden change was almost staggering. Probably a ghost. Who knows?
6時半か。
6:30, huh? So I've been here for like 2 hours. Yeah.
それから結構な距離を歩いてきた。
We walked for quite a while after that.
だんだん民家は減ってきて、辺りは田んぼや雑木林が多くなる。山に登りつつあるみたい。
The fields and trees were becoming more plentiful, while houses were becoming a much rarer sight. The road's incline had gotten a lot steeper too.
この先に進んでも家なんてあるのかどうか不安になる。
We were literally climbing a mountain now, and the likelihood of finding the house we saw, or any house at all, seemed to be lessening with every step.
車だわ。危ないわよ、中島さん。
Ah, car coming. Watch out, Nakashima.
うん。
Thanks.
道路の端により後ろから来る車が通り過ぎるのを待とうとした。
We push ourselves against the guardrail and wait for the car approaching from behind to pass by before we continued our trek.
おお、どうした？女子が二人でこんなところで危ねえでよ。
Hey, why are a couple of schoolgirls in a place like this? It's dangerous to be walking in the road, you know?
通り過ぎずに私たちの横につけた軽トラックから優しそうなおじさんが顔を出す。
The mini pickup pulled alongside us, and an older gentleman stuck his head out the window. He seemed like a sociable sort.
私たち篠崎さんってお宅を探してるんです。
We're actually looking for the Shinosaki residence. Do you have any idea where that is?
スノザゲ？ああ、この辺でスノザゲっつったらあそこだな。もっと山ん中だ。
Shinosaki? Ah, yeah, the old Shinosaki estate. It's up that way, deep in the mountains.
この先ですか？
Just up ahead?
ああ。
Yep.
よかった。方向合ってたんだ。
Well, that's good. We've been going the right way after all.
けんど、ずいぶんまだ距離があるぜ。歩きだとまだ結構かかるぜ。
Yeah, but it's a ways in there. If you're in walking, it's going to take a good long while.
何の用があるのかわからんが、乗っけてってやろうか。
Don't know what business you got in a place like that, but hop in if you want. I'll take you up.
委員長と顔を見合わせる。
The class rep and I looked one another square in the eyes.
少し迷ったけど、もう時間も遅いし、これは渡りに船じゃないだろうか。
He seemed a little shady, but it was getting pretty late, and as they say, beggars can't be choosers. We wouldn't get another opportunity like this.
私たちはお礼を言って乗せてもらうことにした。
So we thanked the old man and got in his truck.
一応3人乗れる車だけど、狭くてすまねえな。
Heh, truck's supposed to be a 3-seater, but it's kind of crowded. Sorry about that.
いえ、助かります。
That's quite alright. We're very grateful.
歩いてじゃ夜になってたかもしれないね。
If we kept on walking, it would have been night time before we got near it.
まあ、俺も今じゃ篠崎の家の方まではなかなか山上がらねえからな。おめえたち、あんなところに何しに行くんだ？
Well, I sure ain't got a lot of business up at the old Shinosaki estate. on the mountain these days. Why are you two looking to go up there, anyhow?
なんと言ったらいいのか。少し調べたいことがあって。
Well, I'm not really sure how to put it. Let's just say there's some information we're trying to find.
調べたいこと？
Information?
あそこに昔住んでいた篠崎義恵さんというお医者さんについてです。
About a nurse who used to live there a long time ago, a woman named Yoshi Shinosaki?
あそこはまあ自宅兼診療所でもあったから昔はよく村人が通ってたもんだったがな。
Yeah, back in the day, it used to be a home-run clinic. It did lots of people went up there all the time.
今はもう誰も近づかんしどうなっとるかわからんよ。
But nobody goes near it anymore. Don't know what kind of shape it'll be in. Probably run down.
ずいぶん山道を登ってきた。この辺りからは管理もあまりされていないのか道が悪くなってくる。
We just kept driving further up the mountain path, and the higher we got, the rougher the ride became. Road maintenance was clearly not a priority here.
タイヤが段差を拾って車がガタガタと揺れ始める。
With 4 tyres on 4 different elevations at any given point in time, the whole truck was being rocked to its core.
いた。
Ow.
大丈
Are you okay?
夫？平気。シートベルトしててよかった。
Yeah, I'm fine. Just glad I'm wearing my seatbelt.
すごい道ですね、おじさん。
This is quite a road, isn't it, mister?
なんだかちょっと運転が怖い。横で委員長の頭がガクンガクン揺れてる。大丈夫かな？
The old man driving was starting to fight with me. I could see Yumi's head bouncing up and down, and it honestly felt like we were in a runaway vehicle.
おじさん、ちょっとスピードが。
Mister, are you going a little fast? Oh god.
破裂しそうな勢いで心臓が体の中で暴れている。今確かに人影が。
My heart was beating a mile a minute. That was a person on the road, wasn't it?
私と委員長は真っ青になっておじさんの顔を見た。
The class rep and I have both gone pale. We looked over at the old man.
大丈夫？ヒートランは。
It's okay. Whatever it was, I didn't hit it. What?
人や動物を引いた時はもっとすげえ音がするでな。
Believe me, you hit a person or an animal on the road, it makes a bigger noise than that. Okay.
なんだかこの人もおかしい。さっきまでの優しい雰囲気がどこかに消えてしまった感じがする。
This old man seemed to have gone a little weird now, as well. And much like the old woman in town, he started off so kind and helpful.
今の人影は。
Who was that in the road?
わからん。
Don't know.
ほれ、ここから先はもう車が入れんよ。あとは歩きだ。行くのか行かねえのか。
Hey, end of the line. Can't go no further by car. You're gonna have to hoof it. You're going, or you want me to drive you back?
ありがとうおじさん。
Thanks very much, sir.
待っててやるけ。気が済んだら戻ってけ。こんなところに娘っ子2人ほったらかすわけにはいかねえしな。
I'll be waiting here for you. You just come back when you're done. I can't rightly leave two little girls out here by themselves after all.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you for your consideration. Well, that's nice of
大
you.
丈夫委員長。
Class rep, you okay?
怖かっ
That was scary.
た。なんかおかしな感じだったけど、でも待っててくれるってやっぱりいい人じゃないかな。
There was definitely something strange about him, but he did say he'll wait for us, so I think he's a good person where it counts.
そうだよね。
Yeah, I guess you're right.
すっかり日も傾いて夕暮れを過ぎていた。結構きつい傾斜になっているこの道の先に篠崎義恵の自宅兼診療所があるという。
The sun was setting rapidly, and evening was in full stride, and at the top of this uncompromisingly steep road sat Yoshi Shinosaki's home and clinic.
あ、高台が見えてきた。あの上かな。
Oh look, it plateaus up ahead. Is that the place?
いよいよね。
We finally made it.
ここが
Is this?
何もない。
There's nothing here.
私たちがたどり着いたそこは篠崎家の跡地だった。建物は取り壊されて完全に更地になっていた。
This had to be the place, the site of the Shinosaki estate. But there was no house here anymore. The building was torn down. It was just an empty lot.
せっかくここまで来たのに。
And after we came all this way too.
あ、でも委員長、あそこになんや。
Wait, hold up, look over there. Is that a barn?
本当だ。どうしてこれだけ。
You're right. I wonder why this was spared if the estate wasn't. Hmm?
更地の横には小さな納屋が残っていて、電灯のスイッチを入れるとまだ電気も通っていた。
It was a small barn on the edge of the property, and remarkably, when I flipped the light switch, the lights actually came on. It still had electricity.
こんなことってある？
Is this possible?
うん、気持ち悪いね。
Yeah, it's kind of giving me the creeps.
私たちはせめてここに何かないかと納屋の中を調べてみた。
Despite our misgivings, we've gone far outside our comfort zone to get here. So we set about searching this mysterious barn for any answers. Oh, I can actually search. Can I save too? Right, the final one. Blood drive. Right, I can search that. Search that. So I can do up and down. There's a light. Toolbox. It's an old worn out blanket that someone seems to have left here.
家のない人がここで暖を取っているのかもしれないね。
Somebody from the outside must have sought shelter in here at some point.
そっか。風が避けられるだけでも全然違うものね。冷えてきたね、やっぱり日が落ちると。
Oh yeah, maybe. I guess just getting out of the wind isn't always enough, and it is starting to get kind of cold in here with the sun down.
ええ。
Yeah. It's a hemp sack that's filled to the brim with some kind of grain, probably feed for farm animals.
鶏とか飼っていたのかな。
Guess they had chickens or something here. Yeah. It's a large drum that seems to have once been used for burning waste products.
中は煤と灰だらけだね。何を燃やしていたんだろう。
Nothing but soot and ash inside. I wonder what was burned in here.
なんだろうね。見た感じただの灰だと思うけれど。
I don't know. Looks like plain old ash to me, but it could have been anything. There's a mess of old cardboard boxes here, along with a rusted toolbox and any number of other odds and ends. There doesn't seem to be anything particularly useful in, on, or among any of them. However,
段ボールに篠崎1って書いてあるね。
hey, look, this box says Shinosaki 1 written on it.
本当だ。じゃあやっぱりここが元篠崎義恵の家だったことは確かみたいだね。
Yeah, right. I guess that means this really was Yoshi Shinosaki's house at some point.
2人で数十分の間、床の下や天井の木目まで調べてみたけれど、
We spent another half hour or so rafting through the barn from floor to ceiling, looking for anything we could possibly find that might help us.
篠崎義恵や幸子に関する資料は何もなさそうね。
I don't see a single thing in here that sheds any light on Yoshi or Sachiko Shinosaki at all.
それにかなり暗くなってきたよ。おじさんも待たせてるし。
It's full on night outside too, and we've kept that poor old man waiting long enough.
せっかく来たのに心残りだったけれど、仕方なく今日は戻ることに決めた。
It seemed like a waste to leave here empty-handed, but we've done all we could for today. At least it was time to start heading home.
納屋しか残ってないなんてね。
Can't believe all that's left is a barn.
うん。
Yeah.
明日もっと早い時間にまた来ようよ。付近の人たちの話も聞いてみたいし。
We should come back tomorrow a little earlier. I'd like to try talking to more of the locals.
そうだね。
Sounds like a plan. It felt like the sun had been setting forever, but now it was nowhere in sight. The wooded mountains all around us were cloaked in a veil of darkness. There weren't any lights to help guide our path either, so we really couldn't see where we were going.
暗いね。来た道こっちで合ってたっけ？
Man, it's dark. Was this the way we came?
さっきの車道に出なきゃね。多分合ってると思うけど。来た時まっすぐ歩いただけだったし。あ、見て委員長。
We need to find our way back to the road. I think that's it. Though, since I remember just walking straight toward the barn, class rep, look.
木々に囲まれた林の向こうに小さくトラックの車内灯が見えた。
Nestled among the branches, just beyond the small grove of trees, the inside lights of the tiny truck shone like a beacon in the night.
あれ、おじさんの車だよね。
It's the old man's truck.
うん、来た。よかった、迷わなくて。森で遭難とかしたら大変だからね。
Yeah, it has to be, thank goodness. I didn't much like the idea of getting stranded in the woods.
足を使って動いた今日は不思議な充実感があった。家で何もできずに落ち込んでいるよりずっといい。
There was something oddly fulfilling about getting out and actually doing something. Success or no, it felt so much more fruitful than moping about at home.
盲目的でも構わない。毎日少しでも前進していれば必ず。希望と少し違っても近いところへは行けているはずだよね。
I didn't care if this was a fool's errand. As long as I just kept looking day after day, I felt like I could move on. It wasn't hope, it was purpose.
聖子が教えてくれた言葉だ。
Seiko taught me that. Oh,
お待たせしました、おじさん。あれ？
sorry to keep you waiting. Huh? Don't tell me he's gone.
あれ、おじさんは？
Huh? Wait, where's the old man? Wait, was he? I bet he was a ghost. And all of a sudden, but then, I don't think,
待たせすぎちゃったかな。寒いし、ひょっとしたらあれかも。
maybe we were gone too long for him. I mean, it is cold, but maybe he had to, you know. She began scratching her head and blushing a bit, clearly embarrassed at the suggestion. What?
ああ、そっか。まあエンジンかかってるし、すぐ戻ってきてくれるよね。待ってようか。
Oh, yeah, maybe. Well, he left the engine running, so he should be back soon. Let's just wait for him.
なんかね、寒くて私もお腹冷えてきちゃったよ。中で待たせてもらわない？
It's so chilly out here. And my stomach's freezing. I'm sure he wouldn't mind if we waited inside the truck, right?
そうだね。開く？
That's true. Okay, then. Class rep first.
あれ？
Huh?
ダメだわ。ロックかかってる。
Wait. How can it be locked if the engine's running? Unless he just left it on and... No good, it's locked.
しょうがないね。外で待ってよ。
Well, that sucks. Guess we don't have much choice. Let's just wait out here. For how long?
寒い。何時かな今。
It's so cold outside. What time is it anyway?
8時17分。寒いわけだよ。
8:17. About the right time for cold night air, really.
おじさん帰ってこないね。どうしよっか。
The old man's not coming back, is he? So, what do we do?
道も見えないほど真っ暗な車道は歩いて下山するには距離がありすぎると思うけれど、
It was so dark we couldn't even see the road, and climbing all the way back down would require far more of a hike than we were prepared for. Start walking or what anyway? Think of something else. Yeah, I'm guessing it doesn't really matter really, does it? I'll say think of something else, but
来る時見ていたけどガードレールが切れてて危ない道がいっぱいあったよね。
I noticed this when we were in the truck coming up here, but there are an awful lot of spots along the road where the guardrail was out. There were indeed. I could easily imagine being blissfully unaware that we were near the edge of the road, then slipping and falling down the mountain.
街灯もなかったし、歩くのかなり危ないかもしれない。
And since there are no lights, walking seems pretty dangerous, don't you think?
だね。もう少し待とっか。おじさんあれしに行ったのならすぐ戻ってきてくれるよ。
You have a point. We should probably just keep waiting if the old man is off doing his business. Then he'll probably be back any minute anyway.
寒いけど待ってよ。
Yeah, it is cold, but I say we'll wait.
だけどさらに30分が経過してもおじさんは帰ってこなかった。
Hey Kat, thanks for the host. How you been? So we waited, and eventually a half hour had passed, still with no sign of the old man's return.
おじさんどこ行ったのかな。全然戻ってきてくれない。
Where on earth could he be? I don't think he's coming back. I'm fine, Cat. Just going through Blood Drive Prologue. Completed Chapter 7. The main story for Book of Shadows.
エンジンかけっぱなしだね。
But he even left the engine running.
暗い森の中、アイドリングの音だけが響き渡っていた。
The only sound either of us could hear in this dense dark forest was that of a truck's engine idling away.
どうしよう。このまま私たち帰れなくなったりして。
So what do we do? At this rate, we will never get home.
携帯も圏外か。これじゃあ連絡もできないわね。
Phone's out of range, so we can't call anybody. Oh dear.
こうなったら仕方がないか。中島さん、一度この坂の上の納屋に戻らない？あそこ電灯もついたし。
I guess our only choice is Nakashima. What do you think about returning to that barn? I mean, it's got light at least.
納屋に？
Why the barn?
歩いて降りられないなら朝までちゃんと休める場所にいた方がいいと思うの。
Well, if we can't get back down the mountain tonight, we should at least take shelter and rest until morning, don't you think?
ここよりは安全だと思うし。
It just seems safer than staying here.
一晩過ごすのか。
So we're going to spend the night?
こんな真っ暗な山奥で朝までなんてゾッとするけれど、もう他の選択肢がない現状では。
I shuddered at the thought of spending the whole night on this cold, dark mountain. But she was right. We really didn't have much of a choice.
事前の策を取っていくしかないのはもっともだとも思う。だけど
I agreed with her that this was the only real course of action that made sense, but
安全って？
safer than staying here?
うん。この道路というかこの山全体だけど、すごく嫌な感じがするの。
Yeah, I just get a bad feeling from this road, or from this whole mountain, really.
得体の知れない気配というか、ちゃんと明かりのつく夜風も避けられる場所に身を寄せるべきだよ。
It's like there's some kind of presence, and our best bet for dealing with it is to go someplace well lit and get out of the elements.
得体の知れない気配？それは恐ろしいこと？
You feel a presence? Is it something we should be afraid of?
よくわからないの。人のような、違うもののような、一つのような、たくさんのような。
I don't know. I'm not even sure if it's a person or something else, and it could be one presence or many.
ただ言えるのは、じっと今も見られているってこと。
All I can really say is that we're being watched.
わかった。じゃあ急ごう。納屋の方に行こう。
Okay, then let's hurry up and get back to that barn.
八方塞がりになってしまった私たちは仕方なく道路を後にして舗装されていない道を登ってさっきの納屋を目指すことにした。
Finding ourselves left with no other choice, we put the road behind us and began walking up the dirt path leading back to the Shinosaki family's barn.
ところが。
However, what's happened?
ねえ委員長、こんなに離れていたっけ、納屋。
Was the barn this far from the road before?
おかしい。おかしいよ。いつの間にか道もなくなっちゃってる。
This is weird. It's really weird. It's like the road leading to it just up and vanished.
こんなことって。
Does this mean we're...
待って、一人で行かないで。
Wait, don't wander off.
ごめん。ねえ、一旦戻りましょう。まっすぐ引き返すの。
Sorry, come on, let's try retracing our steps. We'll just turn around and go back the way we came.
そうだね。
Sounds good to me.
ねえ、こっちで合ってる？そろそろ車道の方に出るはずじゃない？
We are going the right way, aren't we? Shouldn't we be seeing the road soon? Looks like they're lost.
どこ、ここ。
Where are we?
嘘でしょ。迷っちゃった。森の中で。
Oh god, no. We're lost. Lost in the middle of the damn forest. What?
気がつくと私たちは針葉樹林の立ち並ぶ深く暗い森の中にいた。
Yes, we were definitely lost. There were literally nothing but coniferous trees as far as the eye could see. In every direction, dark lemon trees.
細くて背の高い木々が影となって周りを取り囲んでいて、ほんの少し先も見渡せない。
Their tall thin forms were casting a web of shadows all along the mountainside, obscuring our vision of anything at all outside our immediate surroundings.
委員長、携帯のコンパスは？
Don't you have a compass on your phone?
ダメ。これも GPS 使ってるもの。
Yeah, but it won't work. It uses GPS.
そうなの。
Oh, it does?
なんで位置情報取れないの？もうこんな時こそ使いなさいよ。
Why can't this stupid thing get any location data? God, what good is it if it craps out on me when I need it the most? What the hell?
今声した。
Did you just hear a voice?
聞き取れなかったけど、人の声っぽかった。何か木のきしみとかかもしれないけど。
I couldn't make out what it was saying, but yeah, that sounded like a person. Maybe it was just the wind in the trees, though.
とにかく森を出なきゃ。こういう時どうすればいいのかな。闇雲に動いたら遭難する？
At any rate, we need to find our way off this mountain. Do you have any ideas? I mean, we shouldn't just wander aimlessly.
そうね。山で迷子になったら確か。
That's true. If we got lost in the mountains, we...
低い方に向かって歩いちゃダメって聞いたわ。
Let's say you should never head toward low ground.
知らなかった。
I didn't know that.
そもそもこんな真っ暗な夜なら動かずに休んだ方がいいんだろうけど、テントもないし寒いしね。二人くっついてればなんとかなるかな。
Oh. The best course of action is probably just to stay in place and wait for daybreak. But it is cold and we have no tent. Maybe we huddle together.
うん。でもさ、まだ歩く元気あるし、もう少しだけ動いてみない？車道の近くに行けたらおじさんの車の明かりが見えると思うんだ。
That's fine, but I'm good to walk at least a little longer, so how about we keep at it for a bit? If we get near enough to the road, we might see the truck.
そうね。
Okay. What are you gonna find this time?
あの木の感じ、さっきも見たような気がするんだけど。
I swear we walked right by those trees already.
同じとこぐるぐる回ったりしてないよね。
But there's no way we could be walking in circles, is there?
山の中の風景はどこも似たり寄ったりで、自分たちがちゃんと移動できているのかも不安になる。
Everything looked the same up here. No matter where we went, we both began to wonder if we were making any progress at all.
なに
What is it?
あっち、なんか音がした。
Over there, I heard something.
どこ？どの辺？
Huh? Where was it? Who is it? Who is it? A rabbit?
やだも
God, what next?
う。何？今の。
What was that? Oh God.
希望を求めて、気づけば私たちは2時間以上歩いていた。
We kept clinging to the faint hope that we might soon emerge from these endless woods, but all that got us was a good 2 hours worth of slogging.
2人とも悪路で足も痛めつつあって、体力をかなり失ってしまった。
The rough terrain was killing our legs, and our stamina had been worn down to the bone.
もう動けない。
I can't move anymore.
委員長が枯葉の溜まった地面に座り込んだその時、
The class rep plopped herself down onto a bed of dry leaves on the ground, and just as she did,
委員長見て、あそこ。
oh, class rep, look.
うん、
Hmm? Eh?
うっそうと茂った針葉樹のシルエットの向こうに小さな光が見えた。
Beyond the silhouette of the many conifers, at the edge of our vision, a faint light could be seen.
助かった。
We're saved.
ありがとう中島さん、見つけてくれて。
Thank you, Nashishima. Thank you for noticing that.
行こ
No problem. Let's go.
う。
What is
足首
it?
の痛みも忘れて、私たちは足早に光の方へと駆け出した。
We
す
were
ると
both dead tired, and our legs hurt like hell, but we forgot all of that at the sight of possible salvation, and just took off running.
光の元はさっき目指していた納屋だった。中の裸電球の明かりがこうこうとついている。
As it happens, the barn we've been looking for all this time was the source of the light. Those naked light bulbs shone like beacons in the night sky.
よかった。あ、納屋の光だったんだ。おじさんの車の車内灯かと思ったんだけれど。
Thank God. Oh, it's the barn. I thought it was going to be the old man's truck.
ええ。でもむしろこっちの方でよかったよね。目的の場所だし。
Yeah, me too. But this is even better. The barn is what we were looking for after all. I bet the mansion's probably there as well.
でも さっき私たち電気つけっぱなしで帰っちゃったのかな。
But I don't remember leaving the lights on when we left, do you?
消したつもりだったけど自信なくなってきたよ。
We should have shut them off, yeah. But it's certainly possible we didn't.
まあおかげで目印になってくれたし助かったけどね。
Well, if we're the ones who left them on, then we just saved our own asses. So I guess I should have thanked goodness for small favours.
木々の間の背の高い草むらをかき分けて納屋に近づく。私たちはいつの間にかさっきとは裏側の方の森の中に来ていたらしい。
All we had to do was push through some undergrowth as tall as we were, and then we'd be hit there. Seems we somehow circled around to the back of the lot.
着いた。中に入ってよ。
We made it. Let's go inside, shall we?
明かりがあるだけで本当に心強いね。
Sure, man. Just having light makes all the difference in the world, doesn't it?
時刻はもう夜の10時40分を過ぎていた。
My phone's clock was showing just past 10:40.
お母さんに心配かけちゃうな。と家のことを思いながら納屋の入り口の扉に近づく。すると
I started thinking about home and about how much my mum must be worrying about by now. Feeling a bit saddened, I hesitated at the barn door when all of a sudden,
私の横で委員長が奥の暗闇の方を見据えて震え始めた。
the car swept let out nearly a voiceless cry of absolute shock. She was staring into the darkness just past the building and shuddering in terror.
どうしたの？
What's wrong?
中島さん見て、納屋の隣。
Nakashima, look, right next to the barn.
え？
Huh?
そこには想像を超えた光景が待ち構えていた。
What I saw there was something that couldn't be. Something far beyond my imagination and comprehension alike. It's a mention, ain't it?
そんな。何これ？
That's... what? How can that... Oh boy.
納屋の横の昼間更地になっていた篠崎家の跡地に
There, where the Shinosaki estate once stood, in what was nothing more than an abandoned lot only a few hours earlier.
古い屋敷がぼーっと浮かぶように立っていたのだ。
An old humble residence now rose above us. It seemed almost to be floating in the air, but it was very clearly an actual corporeal building.
私も委員長もありえない光景にただ呆然としていた。
The two of us stood there staring at it for several minutes, completely dumbfounded.
さっき夕方なかったよね。
Why, it wasn't there this evening, was it?
なかったよ。なかったけど。
It wasn't, it definitely wasn't, but...
じゃあなんで立ってるの？
So why is it there now?
知らないわよ。
How should I know?
全身鳥肌が立っているのがわかる。
I had goosebumps all over my body.
背骨の上を冷たい汗がずーっと滑り流れていく。
And a cold sweat had begun tracing lines down my back.
うっすら光ってない？この家何なの？
Is it just me, or is it glowing? What are we even looking at?
ボロボロに老朽化した2階建ての建物には、しかし確かに篠崎と表札がかかっていた。
Aside from its more ethereal qualities, it was just an old, beat-up two-story farmhouse. But sure enough, the nameplate by the door read Shinosaki.
これはやっぱり篠崎義恵と幸子の暮らしていた家のようだ。
This was without a doubt the house where Yoshi and Sachiko Shinosaki lived. Oh boy. Ayumi's getting all insane.
過呼吸。大丈夫委員長。
Oh god, you're hyperventilating. Are you alright?
心配する私を委員長が手で制す。
The class rep raised a hand to stop me from intervening.
平気。ありがとう。口を押さえていればすぐに収まるから。
I'm okay, but thank you. I just have to keep my mouth closed and it'll pass. Oh, poor girl.
中島さん、これはチャンスだよね。
Hey, Nakashima. I think now's our chance.
え？
What?
私たちはこの篠崎家を調べるために来たんだもの。向こうが手招きしてくれている。望むところじゃない。
We came here to learn the secrets of the Shinosaki estate, and, well, here we are. It's inviting us in, it's daring us to look around.
入るの？
You mean go in there?
怖いけど逃げるわけにいかない。
I know, it's really scary, but we can't turn back now.
委員長は息を飲み屋敷を見上げる。やがて覚悟を決めた表情で躊躇なく玄関扉に手をかけた。
Gazing at the imposing structure, she took a deep breath, then after collecting herself, she walked right up to the front door and tried sliding it open.
委員長が力を込めると簡単に扉は開いた。
It gave no resistance at all.
行くわ。
Let's go.
待ってよ。
Oh, wait. Oh boy, this won't be good.
ダメだわ。
No good.
篠崎家の真っ暗な家屋には電気は通じていなかった。
The Phantom Estate House had no power, it seemed.
納屋の方は明かりつくのにね。
The barn still has working lights, but not the main house.
委員長が懐中電灯で玄関廊下の奥を照らす。
Fortunately, there was a flashlight on a nearby table. The class rep picked it up and switched it on, illuminating the wall across from the entrance.
すぐに右に折れるようになっていて、先の方は見渡せなかった。
Not that there was much to see. The entranceway itself was extremely small, breaking off to the right at a solid wooden door just a few steps in.
懐中電灯でぐるりと辺りを見回すと、玄関のすぐ近くに2階へ上がる階段があった。
A quick pan to the left, then revealed a steep hardwood staircase leading up, and that was pretty much the entire room.
気をつけて。すごいここ。
Oh, be careful. The engine here is strong.
霊感体質の委員長は顔が真っ青で気分が悪そうだ。怯えるようなけれど立ち向かうような目で天井や壁を見回している。
She'd gone completely pale. I could tell just by looking at her that she'd sensed something Her eyes shone with a mixture of terror and determination.
エンジンショーより黒い。真っ暗だよ、ここの霊気。
It's much darker than Heavenly Host. The energy in this house is jet black. Wow. What's so much bad as Heavenly Host?
本当。
Really?
気を抜かないでね。一瞬も。
Don't let your guard down, not for 1 second.
思えば、この家に踏み込んだ時、非日常の世界に飛び込んだのだ。
Thinking back, our first steps into this house were basically the start of it all. It was at that point that we'd left the world of the ordinary far beyond.
普通にこうして私の肉眼に映っているこの家の壁、床、天井、この建物の存在自体がもうありえない現象そのものだもの。
Simply being able to see these walls, these floors, these ceilings with our naked eyes doubtly defied the laws of nature. The house itself was a ghost.
ここでは何が起こっても不思議ではないんだ。
Literally anything could happen in here.
分かってたつもりだったけど、私は改めて身震いした。
I knew that and was doing everything I could to brace myself for the trials ahead, but the fear was still there, and the shaking wouldn't stop. なんだかすごく深い感情の乱れが波となって、この家の空気に刻まれてる。I don't really know how to explain it, but there's something like a literal wave of emotional turmoil coming right through the air in here. 何があったんだろう。この家が取り壊される前。It's pretty deeply ingrained too. I wonder what happened before the place was torn down. Ooh. I can get to save. Yay. Now I've been playing the game for like 30 hours. Alright. So we get whatever this is, a question mark. I'm guessing we can't go in there because it's grey. So you get the stairs. So this is the toilet, I'm guessing. The drain is packed tightly with what look to be thousands of bodies of unidentifiable insects. Ugh. It's a Japanese style floor toilet. Every part of it is distressingly filthy, and there are spider webs strung up all along the inside. Ugh. 床に血の跡があるわ。There's blood on the floor here. 乾いてカピカピだけれど、どうしてこれ拭かなかったんだろう。It's old and dried out, thankfully, but you do have to wonder why nobody would bothered wiping it out. That is a bit strange indeed. Oh, what's that? The window is located supposedly higher up along the wall, revealing only a few of the night sky. Okay. Is that it? Spider webs across the center of the room. There's no darkening in here. So you get a bathroom. Ooh. Bathroom seems better days. The window seems to be facing the moon right now, and it's letting in a surprising amount of ambient light. Ooh, there's a floorboard. It's an old soaking tub with water heater feeding into it. The heater is clearly broken, and the tub is half filled with green, stagnant water and bugs. Ugh. Don't look into the water. Why not?
ヨシエやサチコだけじゃない。こ こ精神科の診療所やっていたからいろんな例がたくさん集まってる。
Ooh. Oh boy. Yoshi and Sachiko aren't the only spirits in here. This place was also used as a psychiatric clinic, so we may have to contend with old patients as well. Oh, damn. Oh boy. It's an old-fashioned wooden bathtub cover. It looks extremely brittle and has rotted through completely, sporting numerous holes and missing or warped beams. Okay. But why don't I look at the water? So that leads to the hall, that leads to the stairs.
この鏡良くないわ。見ていたくない。
Mirror frightens me. I'd rather not look into it at all if I can help it.
どうして？
Why not?
鏡ってね、人がずっと凝視というか覗き見るものでしょ。住んでいた人の思念がそのまま焼き付いて固定されていることがよくあるのよ。
Well, a mirror is an object that people peer into, and over time their thoughts and feelings can burn themselves into the glass. It's very common.
確かに、なんだか誰かに見られている感じがするね。映っているのは私なのに。
Now that you mention it, I guess mirrors do kind of make me feel like I'm being watched, even though I know it's just me in there.
今鏡に私と中島さんが映っていなかった。
That wasn't me and Nakashima I saw just now.
代わりに幸子と篠原さんが見えたような。
It looks like Sachiko and Shinohara.
気のせいかな。
Maybe it was just my imagination. Ooh. The door isn't locked, nor is it sealed shut like in the school. But it still won't open. There seems to be something heavy blocking it from the other side. So that's what leads to there. You have the stairs. The staircase is very plain and the stairs themselves are exceptionally steep. They are also quite old and they seem to have absorbed a good deal of moisture, so it would be best to take care when climbing them. Okay, I could probably fall. That would be great. In addition, the window had no handles or grips of any kind, suggesting it was never meant to be opened. There are a couple of framed photographs of Sachiko here, dressed in the formal kimono. Oh. It looks like they were taken during Shinto Shichigo-san festival, where children of ages 7, 5 and 3 gather to pray for luck and longevity. A small plaque is placed below them with embossed letters that read, Sachiko, just before her 7th birthday, best wishes for a long, happy life. Oh. What's this one up here? Saku's name. What's this? The shoe cells are full of dead rats. Ugh. Each one of them, without exception, has had its stomach dug out. What? Ugh. Maybe they ate each other. Hopefully they ate each other. Well, I assume probably not. I bet someone bit them. There's a landscape painting of a lake somewhere. It's hard to tell in this light, but it looks almost like the lake's surface is comprised entirely of outstretched hands reaching out from below. It can't be much more unsettling. Yeah, that is definitely creepy. It's an old picture frame, but the glass is broken and there's no picture inside. Well, why is there no picture inside? Okay, where to go next? The hole? Nothing here. Okay, next part of the hall. Okay, living room. The living room seemed better days. There's a note. Please wait here for your name to be called. Please help yourself to some tea.
待合。あ、そうか。ここってヨシエが診療も行っていたんだわ。
Wait here. I guess that makes sense. Yoshi did run a clinic from this house after all. Ooh.
雪村さん
Mr. Yukimura?
はい。
Yes.
どうしました
What seems to be the problem? What the fuck? It's really moaning. Oh boy. Well, nothing. Wait. Oh. What's this? A traditional tatami mat of the sort commonly found in virtually any Japanese home. It is propped against the wall here. It seems to be infested with bugs. There are various medicine bottles scattered here, and they're on the shelves. It's the coffee table with a missing leg. Curious, he scanned the immediate area for the wooden leg, but find that it's nowhere in sight. Okay, looks like one. There used to be a floor cushion for people to sit at the coffee table, but all the cotton stuffing has been removed, leaving only the cloth skin behind. That is really weird. The drawers open easily and seem overall to be in remarkably good shape considering their age. The only things inside, however, are old playing cards with star, circle and triangle patterns on their backs. Pieces of cloth have been haphazardly tossed into this box. There also seem to be a few rolled up newspapers, but they're absolutely crawling with assorted bugs. Probably best not to touch them. Okay. What's this like? His old boxes are packed with their results and ends, including tiny toy rings and a few old yen bills. The rings are practically black with crusted on dust and dirt, however, and the money is covered in mould. Okay. If you cross your eyes a bit, the holes in the shoji door kind of look like a person's face. Really? Not really. Once you see it, however, you can't unsee it, and the whole room becomes exponentially creepier. It's hopeless not to look at all. Well, luckily I can't really see it, so well, I can't really tell. Right, to the next one then, to the hall. And then to the kitchen. What's this? Okay. There's a gas burning hot water heater. Every part of it is rusted, perfectly illustrating its age. There's absolutely no chance it still works. It's an old-style prefab sink. As with everything else, it seems to have fallen into complete disrepair over these many years.
いかにも廃屋だね。写真撮るとオーブがいっぱい写りそう。
This place really fits that classic haunted house feel, doesn't it? I'll bet if we took pictures there'd be orbs everywhere. Really? It's an old-fashioned gas range. Its surface is stained with oil. The handles to its cabinets, doors and drawers are all missing. Sounds of skittering bells have been heard from within. Probably best to leave them closed. The cabinet below the sink is off its hinges, and a few rusted together pots are hanging out from it. The odour giving off by them is stomach turning. The cabinet is filled with small dishes and utensils intended for use by young children. Each one is printed with cutesy bunny or cat designs. Oh. It's an old model refrigerator, post-icebox era, but very definitely not modern in any way. It seems to be completely empty inside. Okay, so there's nothing in here. And I can't get in here, it's probably locked, so looks like I'll go upstairs.
大丈夫かな。
These stairs sure don't feel safe. Okay. Ow.
大丈夫？
Are you okay?
板が腐ってて危ないよこの階段。気をつけて。周りに手をついて上がろう。
Yeah, I'm fine. The floorboards here are pretty well rotted through. Though, so be careful. Best to hang on to the wall for leverage as you go.
不思議だわ。そもそもこの家って存在しないはずなのに、あるものすべて触れるし、手にも取れる。
It's so weird. This is a house that shouldn't even exist. But we can touch everything, we can pick it all up. It's all real.
家自体が霊っていうケースもあるとか何かで読んだことがあるけれど。
I seem to recall reading about cases before where the house itself is basically just a spiritual echo, but this seems totally different. Very weird. So you got 3 bedrooms. The other 2 we can't go to by the looks of it. So there we go. But yeah, that's 42 minutes. Which one should I go in first? 3 bedrooms, so it's quite a big place. Go with this one. This particular bedroom looks like it's being converted into a study. Seems out of place considering the family whose study was it. Well, I would say it'd be Yoshi's. Well, it was worth a shot. I was just going to try the lamp, see if it's working. It's the frame to an old mirror that's long since been busted out, where the looking glass once dead is now a creepy drawing of an old woman. It's just a rough sketch, but it looks absolutely realistic, as if it could just up and jump out of the frame at any moment. That's definitely weird. The bookshelf is full of old books that have been thoroughly wrecked with age. Every one of them is yellowed, musty and falling apart. One of its right legs is bent beyond repair, and there's a thick layer of dust piled on top of it. No one's been sitting here for a long time. The desk is piled high with dust, but the items situated on it are neat and tidy. Whoever used it was very organised. Eh? Right in the middle of the desk sits a lone key, completely covered in dry blood. Ooh. Take it. Yes. A quiet key to Yoshi's room. Ooh. To Yoshi's room.
待って、何か聞こえない？
Wait, do you hear something?
木でできたこの家の床を革靴で歩くような音。誰かが下の階にいる。私たちは顔を見合わせてゾッとする。
It sounded like footsteps echoing through the wooden frame of the house, especially like someone with leather shoes walking around on the first floor.
足音はさらに階段を上がり始めた。
The class rep and I looked at one another and shuddered after a moment. The footsteps then began loudly stumping up the stairs.
上がってくる。
It's coming towards us.
隠れなきゃ。
We have to hide. Well,
私
where?
たちは慌てて近くの部屋の中に身を隠した。少し開いた部屋の扉から階段を見張る。
We scrambled against the wall of the room, leaving the door ever so slightly ajar, so we could survey the staircase.
何かいる。何かが歩き回ってる。
There really is something in here with us. Something walking around the halls.
もうやだ。
God, I can't take this anymore.
プレッシャーの連続に私は感触を起こしてしまった。すると委員長がそっと私の手を握って、
The constant, unrelenting pressure of this search was beginning to take its toll on me. The class rep, sensing my agitation, took my hand in hers.
中島さん、しっかり心を強く持って。天神症の経験を利用してやろう。弱った隙につけ込まれたら簡単に極化しちゃう。
Keep it together, Nakashima. Stay strong. Remember, Heavenly Host, if we allow these holes to form in our hearts, we'll just fall prey to the darkening.
分かってる。ありがとう。
You're right, thank you. Damn. Bedroom. The door's locked, but it looks like the key from the other room fits. Ooh.
ここは
This is
部屋の至るところに幸子の写真が貼ってあった。とても愛おしそうに。
There were photos of Sachiko all over the room, virtually everywhere. There were space for them. Her mother clearly held her very dear. So we now... But there's another... What's that?
日常の幸せな瞬間を捉えた写真。そこには被写体の篠崎幸子に対する愛情あふれる母親の目線が切り取られていた。
Picture after picture, each depicting some happy moment in the Shinosaki family's life. Yoshi's overwhelming love of Sachiko came through in every shot.
何これ。
What is that all about?
たくさんの幸せそうな写真に混じって家族3人の写った写真だけは異様だった。
So Yoshi's on the left, Setsuko in the middle, but who's the person on the right? The photographs depicting the Shinozaki women were all fine, but those that showed Setsuko with both her parents were all a bit different.
ヨシエの多分夫であろう男性だけ顔をボールペンでぐしゃぐしゃと塗りつぶされている。
In each one of them, the man who was presumably Yoshi's husband had his face completely blacked out with a ballpoint pen.
これきっと幸子の父親だよね。どうしてこんな。
That has to be Setsuko's dad, right? But why?
部屋を見渡すとこの男性が写っている写真だけは全て同じことになっている。
Looking around this room, it really was every single photograph that depicted this man. His face was inked out in literally every picture. That's so creepy. Like, literally. There's a tiny kimono in the box, size for a young girl. The style looks similar to the ones worn in the Shikogo-san festival, which would make this Setsuko's for sure. So that was Setsuko's kimono. Picture of Setsuko's are sprawled out all across the surface of the desk. However, like so many objects in the Heavenly Host, there affixed to its surface, as if there were decoration. They can't be picked up or even moved. Okay, that's really weird. Should I try the other room? Perhaps. This appears to be a bedroom. The sliding door to the closet is off its tracks. However, an dresser has been knocked over. The floor is littered with junk, including a desk lamp and numerous bottles with unknown contents, and the closet is packed with old, beat-up boxes. This room also seems especially noisy, with creaks and bangs and pops audible throughout. Rapping at my chamber door. What? Oh boy.
お父さん、お母さん、
Dad, Mum,
大丈夫？委員長。
are you okay? The class rep began calling out for her parents totally out of the blue. I had no idea what was going on. Oh boy. Oh shit.
ごめん。私、何か言った？
Sorry, did I say something? She was grabbing her head in both hands and her face was white as a sheet. She must have been the target of spiritual possession again, like in Heavenly Host. Fortunately, she seemed to have been ready for it this time and was able to collect herself in short order, and once she did, our search resumed. Damn, that was really creepy. For some reason, the wooden dresser won't budge even the slightest bit. It's as if it were made of solid steel. What the hell? It's a Japanese style slime screen, or fusuma. There's a crude crayon drawing visible on it. Did Sashiko do this? It's very abstract, but it looks like something a happy-rolled, adjusted little kid would draw. Not at all disturbing like the pictures in Heavenly Host. Oh. There's some sort of stain on the back wall of this closet. It kind of looks like it's in the shape of a person, but that's probably just an optical illusion, right? Probably not. Probably is an actual stain. Right, so there's nothing there. Let's go back in this room and then check this thing out on the right hand side.
なんだろうこれ。
So what's this now?
壁に0から9の数字を押し込むロック錠のようなものが埋め込まれているのを見つけた。
It appears to be an embedded wall safe with a circular padlock and a panel of buttons comprised of the digits 0 through 9.
どれ？
Let me see.
これなんか金庫っぽいよね。
This looks almost like some kind of vault, doesn't it?
適当に押してみたけど反応がない。
We tried pressing buttons at random in hopes of opening the lock by pure chance, but that didn't do a thing.
丸い錠の端には右回りの矢印が描かれていて、錠全体が少し回るようになっていた。
Following the spin clock wires indicate etched into the steel safe. We tried spinning the lock itself as well, but had no luck with that either.
回転させると押し込んだ数字がすべて戻りリセットされる。
In fact, as soon as the lock made one full rotation, all the buttons we pressed in suddenly popped back out.
そして文字盤の周りには幸子の生前の写真がたくさん貼ってあるか。
So we're dealing with a combination lock safe surrounded by photos of Sachiko from when she was still alive.
これ吉江が設置したものだとしたら幸子に関係ある数字だとか。
If Yoshi is the one who set the combination, it's probably safe to assume it has something to do with Sachiko.
そっか。案外単純にそうなっているかも。人が利用するものだから忘れないようにそうしている可能性もあるしね。
You know, you're absolutely right. It must be something really simple. Whoever used this safe would have chosen something they wouldn't forget after all.
幸子に関係ある数字か。
The question is, what would that something be?
語呂合わせでいくつか試しに押し込んで回してみた。
We tried a handful of different combinations based on common means, rhyming, and the like.
けれどことごとくカチャンと軽い音がしリセットされる。
But every time we just spin the lock, hear a metallic funk, and watch as the numbers reset on us.
幸子。天神症を生還した私たちが何か知っている情報はない？
Sachiko, come on, think. We made it back from a heavenly host and mentally alive, so there must be some bit of knowledge we can use. What had we actually learned about Sachiko though? Number-wise, all I could come up with was an approximate height, and that didn't work. What was it that Plague in the stairwell said? Sachiko just before her 7th birthday. The kimono she was wearing in that picture was an exact match for the one we found in that box in the middle of this room. It seemed as if Yoshi were really fixated on Sachiko turning 7. So what about just the number 7 by itself? It was a long shot, but...
開いた。
Hey, I got it.
すごい中島さん。
Wow, nice job, Nakashima.
壁の錠のある部分が小さな隠し扉になっていて、錠自体がノブ代わりとなって手前に引くことができた。
The area of the wall all around the safe opened up like a secret door, with a combination lock holding it in place and serving it as a doorknob.
しゃがまないと入れないくらいの隠し扉の奥には地下室に降りる階段があった。
Beyond the tiny door, a door so small that we had to crawl to fit through, was a long staircase shooting down into a hidden underground room.
クモの巣怒りもすごいよ。
Spiderwebs, and the dust here is really thick.
どれどれ見せて。
Hey, come on, I want to see too.
倉庫かしら。
Is it some kind of storehouse, maybe?
懐中電灯で地下の様子を照らしてみても、下の階は意外と深い位置にあってよく見えない。
I tried to get a better look at what we were crawling into, but the stairs went so far down that even with the flashlight, it was just too dark.
あるはずのない建物のあるはずのない隠し通路か。危険度は最高レベルね。
So there's a hidden passageway that shouldn't exist inside a building that shouldn't exist. I think the danger level has reached its peak here.
私たちこの世じゃない場所の入り口に立っている気がする。
It feels like we're standing at the entrance to some realm that's not even part of this world.
委員長がまっすぐに私の目を見つめる。怖いんだ。でも言いたいことは分かってる。
The class rep looked me right in the eye. I was scared, but I knew exactly what she was going to say. She didn't need to speak a single word.
たとえ恐ろしい運命が待っていたとしても、
Even if all that awaited us down here was an unimaginably horrific end.
これは私たちが喉から手が出るほど欲しかった呪いの真相への入り口。
We were standing at the source of the answers we so desperately sought. We were poised to uncover the truth beyond the curse of Sachiko Shinosaki.
新しい世界への扉。引き返したら一生後悔する。
This was the gate to a new world. If we turned back, we would regret it for the rest of our lives.
私たちは顔を見合わせて地下に降りる決心をする。
So the two of us just looked one another in the eyes and nodded. We were ready to descend this staircase into whatever abyss lurked below.
おそらくこの先はナホさんも到達していない領域だわ。気をつけて中島さん。何が起こっても気を緩めちゃダメよ。
I don't think even Noho made it this far, so be careful, Nakashima. Stay alert and focused down there, no matter what happens. She began descending the stairs ahead of me, but stopped and looked back after only a few steps to issue me this one last warning. I nodded again. Ooh, what's that?
さっきの足音。やっぱり何かが歩き回ってるんだ。2階に来てる。
It's those same footsteps. There really is something else in here with us, wandering around, and it sounds like it's on the second floor. They were extremely close. It sounded as if they were poised just outside the door to Yoshi's room, just a few feet away.
中島さん、地下に行こう。
Nakashima, down the staircase. Hurry. Okay. Oh boy.
私たちは逃れるようにして隠し扉の奥へ入った。
And so there's two of us fell through the secret door and down the stairs. No more hesitation.
木でできた地下への階段はより一層老朽化が激しく、ミシミシパキリと折れそうな音を立てる。
The wooden steps creaked and groaned beneath us, even more than the ones from the main stairwell. They felt like they might fall apart at any moment.
恐ろしいのをこらえてゆっくり一段ずつ降りていくと、やがてジメジメした地下室に着いた。
We took one step at a time, soaring our fear, and just pushing onward until finally, we arrived in a small, damp, musty room underground.
大丈夫？足元にいろいろあるわ。気をつけて。
Are you alright? There's a lot of junk on the ground here, so be careful where you walk.
うん。
Okay.
真っ暗でよくわからないけど、委員長の懐中電灯でチラチラと照らされる地下室の内部には、そこら中にガラクタや本が散乱していた。
There was no light down here with us whatsoever, save for the class rep's shaky flashlight beam, and all that being revealed was a mess of books and clutter.
机の上には山ほどの本やルーズリーフ、紙の資料、科学実験室にあるようなビーカーや三角フラスコなど。
With a twist of the wrist, it then shone upon a desk containing a chaotic mountain of books, loose shelf notes, documents, and assorted beakers and flasks.
まるで科学者が研究か実験でも行っていたかのような散らかり方だった。
It looks like some mad scientist had done research and conducted all manner of untold experiments down here.
あれは何かのケース？
What's that? It looks like someone's family tree.
委員長が離れた机に置いてある古びた紙に近寄っていく。私も、
The class rep shot over toward a desk further in, her interest piqued by a glimpse of a large document spread out on its surface. I followed her lead.
中島さんにも明かりが必要ね。そこ、ノコギリの刃とか工具が机に置いてあって危ないよ。ごめんね。ちょっとそこで待ってて。
Ah, you need that too, don't you? Sorry, there's a desk over there with saw blades and other sharp tools on it, so it's kind of dangerous. Stay where you are.
能力者一族系譜の図？
Genealogy chart, gifted line. Gifted.
これは家系図ね。何能力者って。
It really is a family tree, but what does it mean by gifted?
篠崎、三船、島村、三田、長尾。え、この名前。
Shinosaki, Mifune, Shimamura, Mita, Nagara. Oh, I recognize some of these names.
そう。あながち嘘でもないのです。
This is Hinone, which is Ayumi's sister. That's right, it's not necessarily a lie. There were many individuals born in the closing days of the Meiji period who possessed remarkable powers.
明治後期にたくさん生まれた年者、千里眼といった能力者たち。有名な千里眼事件の三船千鶴子や長尾育子。
These people achieved fame for their photography abilities and psychic talents prior to the so-called Senrin Jiken or clairvoyance controversy.
あの先人たちの能力の真偽はともかく、
Shizuko Mifune and Ikuko Nagara were particularly noteworthy figures at the time, and whether their abilities were real or not is beside the point.
超能力が科学に負けたあの宣言から後も、能力者たちは野に伏せながら自らの力を錬成し続けているのです。
What matters is that even after the scientific community discredited such abilities, the truly gifted continued exploring them anyway, often in secret.
能力者。じゃあ、ヨシエの家も超能力者の家系なの？
So if they're the gifted line, does that mean Yoshi and Sashiko were descended from those famous clairvoyants?
ここは調べた通りだわ。男子に恵まれなかった篠崎家は。
It sure seemed that way. From the looks of it, the Shinosaki line was never blessed with male heirs either.
その母方の家と血を継承していくために婿養子を取ってきた女系の家。
It's a matrilineal house that passed its blood and family name down from mother to daughter, generation after generation through adopted son-in-laws.
このケースの中にヨシエと幸子もいるはずだよね。
I was certain if I traced this family tree far enough, I'd find the names Yoshi and Sachiko.
あんた、やっぱりヨシエもその母親も竹から婿養子を入れて血をつないでいるのね。
Ah, there they were. And just like everyone before her, Yoshi had married a man who'd been adopted into the family in order to keep the Shinosaki name.
当主の名はセイラ。
Looks like the root of the tree is this person named Zera.
ヨシエの母親はラッキー。
And Yoshi's mother name is Rocky.
長女なんだ。兄弟に男子もいない。なるほど。当主直系のサラブレッドなのね、ヨシエは。
She was the eldest daughter in the family and had no brothers, so that makes Yoshi a thoroughbred, a direct, unfiltered descendant of Zera. Ooh.
死後霊になってあれだけの力を持つのもわかる気がする。
I guess it stands to reason that then that should have so much power and influence even as a spirit.
ラップがすごいな。
The rapping is getting pretty loud in here.
そして婿養子に入った父親は例外なく急死している。
All of these adopted fathers who continued the family line died suddenly after their children were born, it seems, without even one single exception.
まるでこの家が篠崎家以外の血を排除しようとしているかのようだわ。
It's like the family line had a mind of its own and went to great lengths to eliminate the blood of other lines once it had served its purpose.
入り婿として迎えるにしたって結婚するからにはきっと愛情だってあるはずだから。篠崎の女性だって辛いでしょうね。
These are men who were willing to give up their own birthrights and take another's name for the sake of love. It must have been hard on the Shinosaki women.
お父さん息してないよ。
Daddy's not breathing. So when Sachiko gave birth, or when the mother gave birth to Sachiko, Dad stopped breathing.
あなたやはりこれは行うべきではなかった。
No, darling, no. I suppose this was a fate that couldn't be averted.
なんて強い霊障。
Such a strong spiritual influence. She found her name.
篠崎かなえ、ひろひと、あやと。
Kanane Shinosaki, Hirohito Ayato.
これ、おばあちゃんとおじいちゃんとお父さん。
Oh shit. That's my grandmother and my grandfather and my dad.
そういえば、入り婿だったおじいちゃんはお父さんが生まれてすぐに亡くなったって聞いていたけど。
I remember hearing that my grandfather was adopted into my grandmother's family and passed away shortly after my dad was born.
篠崎家当主の3人の娘。その三女から派生した枝葉に、かなえおばあちゃんが。
The head of the family had 3 daughters, and Grandma Kanae is descended from the youngest.
名前で嫌な直感があったけど、私の家族がユシエや幸子たちの家系とつながっていたなんて。
I thought it was creepy enough just having the same last name, but to think my family is actually from the same lineage as Yoshi and Sachiko.
能力？
It
能力？
was
能力？
like
能力って何？
Am I gifted then? What does that even mean?
ねえ、何かあったの？暗くて怖いよ。
Hey, did you find something? It's pitch black and really creepy just standing here, you know?
ごめんね。すぐそっち行く。ちょっと危ないけど、私のろうそくあげるよ。
Yeah, sorry about that. I'll be right there. In fact, fire hazard or no, how about I'll lend you one of my candles?
委員長が古びた紙を手に持って震えていた。どうしたんだろう。
The class rep had an old oversized sheet of paper in her hand and was shaking wildly. Did she find some crucial piece of information, I wondered?
Book of Shadows.
What the fuck? Book of Shadows.
委員長、
Class rep,
大丈夫？
are you okay? It hurts.
頭、力で潰されるみたいに。
Oh shit. My head feels like it's been crushed in the vice.
やだ、しっかりして。
No, stop this, keep it together. Oh, poor Yumi.
委員長が部屋の一角を凝視して固まる。
She suddenly turned toward one corner of the room and froze, completely gazing intently at the wall.
目を丸くして異様な雰囲気。猫が部屋の一点を見つめて動かなくなるような。
Her eyes became wide as saucers. She was like a cat who had stiffened up and just kept staring into thin air, on high alert for no discernible reason.
そこに何かいるの？音を聞いているの？
And just as cat owners are often left wondering what their pets are seeing, I too wondered if she was looking at something or had heard a noise, maybe.
心配というか怖くなって、私は委員長の体を掴んで揺さぶった。
I was worried about her, but really, I was more scared than anything. I grabbed her and tried to shake her out of this disconcerting trance.
委員長、どうしたの？
Class rep, what's wrong?
けれど彼女はすっと手で私を制し、ゆっくりと立ち上がって凝視した一角に向けて歩いていく。
But she brushed me off and held up a hand, as if to say, hold it right there. She then began walking slowly toward the corner she'd been watching.
そこは一見して周りと変化のないただの壁だった。
There didn't seem to be anything special about it. It looked no different from anything else in the room. It was just an ordinary wall.
前に立った委員長はしばらく凝視した後に急に壁を破壊し始めた。
For a few moments longer, the class rep just stood there gazing at its empty space. Then, with no explanation, she began tearing away loose boards.
老朽化しているので壁の板は簡単に壊れていく。
It wasn't difficult to do. The entire room was old and in tremendous disrepair, and the wood was quite thoroughly rotted. Each board came off easily.
腐食した穴に指を入れて力を入れて引き剥がすと板はすぐに短く折れて床に散る。折れるとまたすぐに指を入れて板を剥がす。
Eventually, small gaps began to form. She stuck her fingers into these and pulled, yanking away whole chunks of wall, forming bigger and bigger crevices.
しばらくすると壁には大きな穴が開き、穴の向こうには隠れた空間があった。押し入れ程度の狭いスペース。
These crevices then finally merged into one big gaping hole, through which a hidden subroom, no bigger than a closet, had now been fully exposed.
そこには黒く分厚い本が置いてあり、
And within that subroom sat a thick, dark tome. Oh boy.
ブックオブシャドウズ。
It's the Book of Shadows.
どうしてこれが日本に？
Why is this in Japan?
委員長、どうしたの？この本、何？
What's going on? What's the Book of Shadows? Whatever it was clearly a very old book, and it didn't look like it was bound from paper. There were small ornamental patterns sawn into it, all of which had a certain disconcerting quality about them. In addition, a liquid that looked like as much like blood as it did ink had poured into multi-hued stains all across the lip of the front cover. And that grotesque cover was already unpleasant looking enough to begin with.
人の皮と動物の皮を縫い合わせて作られた本、きっと間違いないわ。これはね、暗黒の書、ブックオブシャドウズ。
There's no mistaking it, these pages were made from human skin and animal hide. What the fuck? This is, without a doubt, the Book of Shadows.
お姉ちゃんに教えてもらったんだけど、血塗られた歴史の裏に隠された闇の書物よ。
Sis told me about it. It's a dark tome with a long history wrought in blood, passed down from generation to generation in secret.
中世末期にかけて、主にヨーロッパに見られた恐ろしい魔女狩りの歴史のね。
It dates back to the tumultuous days of the witch hunts that occurred at the end of the Middle Ages, primarily in Europe.
魔女狩り？
Witch hunts?
そう。犠牲者の数は4万人にも上ると見られる集団妄想における迫害殺戮とも言われている。
Yeah. Massive paranoia led to indiscriminate persecution and slaughter of as many as 40,000 people.
当時、悪魔と契約したとして魔術を使った容疑をかけられた人はね。
They were suspected of practicing black magic by making pacts with the devil.
教会や民間による裁判にかけられて、ひどい拷問にかけられたり、処刑されたりしたの。
So the churches and local communities brought them to trial, where they were almost always subjected to horrible torture and eventually executed,
とても残酷な方法でね。
usually in really cruel ways.
自然災害や貧困にあえぐ市民たちの不平のはけ口として、権力者たちにもスケープゴートとして利用されたのね。
People began blaming them for natural disasters, poverty, and other unfortunate realities of life, and influential individuals used them as scapegoats.
主に生活の不安定な地域で苛烈に行われたこの悪臭に容疑をかけられて殺された犠牲者はほとんどの場合が意味のない言いがかりだったんだけれど、
The vast majority of those killed were just innocent victims or circumstance who happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time.
実はその中には
But there were a few.
実はその中には実際に動的魔術を使いこなす能力者たちも本当にいたのです。
There were a few gifted people among them who had legitimately mastered the practical use of magic.
能力者？動的ってことはほうきで飛んだりとかの魔法使い？嘘。
Gifted people? And what do you mean practical use of magic? Are you talking like witches flying around on brooms and stuff? That's impossible.
にわかに信じがたいですね。
It is hard to believe, isn't it?
でもね、あゆみちゃんには知っておいてほしいのです。科学的に説明がつかないパラノーマルの存在を。
But I want you to know everything about this, Ayumi, about the things in this world that science can't quite explain, about the paranormal.
お姉ちゃんの研究のこと知ってるから、自然の法則とか魔法の本質が祈りであるとか。
I'm already familiar with your studies, though. You taught me the laws of the natural world and that the true nature of magic is prayer.
そういう力のあることはなんとなく想像できるけど。
It makes sense too. It's really easy to understand how powers like that would work.
それ以上はファンタジーだと思ってた。
But anything more than that, like flying around on brooms and stuff, just seems like a fantasy to me.
私がウィッカの道を目指した時にお父様たちが猛反対された理由にも関わってくるのですが。
And I'm sure that's what Dad and Mum must have thought too, when I told them I was interested in Wicca. To them, it's all just dangerous fantasy.
まあ、それは篠崎の家のルーツにも理由があって。長くなるから、これはまたいつか話しますね。
Though there are also the Shinosaki family roots to consider, but that's a long story, so how about we save it for another time? Huh? Okay.
魔女というのはすなわち村の賢者でもあったから書生にも長けていたのですね。
Witches, you see, were usually village elders and sages back in those days, conducting themselves with intelligence, dignity, and honor.
彼女たちは迫害を逃れるため一切の力を隠して生きてきたので、実際の能力者の大半は処刑されずに生き延びたそうなのですが。
So when the witch hunts began, they were smart enough to hide their powers from public view, and as a result, ironically, the majority of them survived.
その後、魔女禁止令が廃止された後でも、
But even after the ban on witchcraft was lifted,
殺戮の強烈な記憶からむやみに力を使えない風潮は続いていたため、その力は使われないままに日に日に薄れていったのです。
the memories of what happened remained, and the black arts continued to be socially shunned. Eventually, the powers of magic began to fade with disuse.
魔女たちは長い年月の歴史で培った代々伝わる魔法の術がこのまま無意に失われてしまうことを恐れたのですね。
And the witches feared that these powers, passed from generation to generation throughout their long proud history, were in danger of being lost forever.
力を後世に継ぐため、その秘術を事細かに記し始めたのです。
So they began chronicling them on paper in painstaking detail for all posterity. I'm guessing on the Book of
そ
Shadows?
の集大成がこのブックオブシャドウズ。
Oh boy. And that chronicle is right here, the Book of Shadows.
何人もの能力者の手を渡り、海底に海底を重ねて神羅万象を操る魔術の極意が収められているというウィッチクラフト英知の結集。
Passed from one gifted mage to another, revised and appended countless times, a complete guide to witchcraft, detailing spells pertaining to all creation.
怪奇神話に出てくるアルアジフという魔導書の存在はフィクションと言われてるけど、
You may have heard of Al Azif, that infamous Lovecraftian grimoire that everybody says is just a work of fiction.
人づてに存在を伝えられてきたこの本は実際に存在するって研究者の間では まことしやかに語られてきたものなの。
But whenever this book comes up, even among researchers, people always debate whether or not it's real. They always admit it's a possibility.
白魔術、黒魔術とたくさんの秘術が記されていて、中には禁忌とされる邪術も含まれているんだって。
Supposedly, it contains a complete listing of white and black magic spells, all manner of lost arts, and even some forbidden acts of sorcery.
邪術って危ないとか？
As in the really dangerous kind of magic?
だから素人による悪用や事故を防ぐために門外不出の書として代々魔女の家系で守られてきたもののはずなんだけど。
It would be really dangerous in the wrong hands. That's why it was supposed to have been enshrined and kept under watch by the witch's descendants.
なんでそれが今こんな日本の片隅に？
So why is something like that here, then tucked away in a hidden room in rural Japan?
わかんない。でも実際この半世紀ほどの間本物を目にしたって証明する人がいなかったから。
I don't know, but it's been a good half a century or so since anyone's been able to prove they laid eyes on it.
やっぱりその存在を疑わしいとされていたらしいんだけど。
And that's led many people to start doubting its existence. The class rep suddenly picked up the book and began casually thumbing through it, as if she were looking up a word in the dictionary.
ちょっとそんなもの手に取って開いちゃって大丈夫なの？
Hey, is it really okay to be holding that, much less opening it?
少しだけ。
Yeah, it can't hurt to take a quick look.
動物の皮を縫い合わせて作られたような厚い表紙のその本は、委員長の手に持った漢字を見るとずっしりと重いもののようだった。
A tome with its cover that seemed to have been stitched together from the hides of many different animals looked heavy in the class rep's hands.
彼女はペラペラとページをめくり始める。
She became instantly engrossed in its contents as she hungrily flipped through the pages, one after another.
現実とオカルトが完全に入り混じり、私は目の前に起きている信じられない事象をただ眺めていることしかできなかった。
As for me, all I could do was watch in awe as my favourite friend and classmate lost herself in this very occult book, in this very impossible place.
本はやっぱり日本語ではなくフランス語で記されていて、ところどころ魔法っぽい象形文字みたいなものまで混じっていた。
As suspected, the book was written not in Japanese but in a mixture of French and what I could only assume to be magic runes of some sort.
高校生の私も委員長にも読むことができない。けれどところどころ日本語で注釈の書かれたページもあった。
As a high school student, I certainly couldn't read any of it, nor could the class rep, but some pages had Japanese notes scribbled in the margins.
もしかしたら篠崎義恵が書き加えたのかな。
Notes that were very possibly penciled in by Yoshi Shinosaki.
日本語注釈のあるページに出ているといいんだけど、確か邪術の中には。
I have no idea if there'll be Japanese footnotes for it or not, but I'm betting if I look in the sorcery section.
鬼気迫る表情でページをめくっていく委員長。
The glint in her eyes was one of the desperation as she continued flipping through the pages.
どうしたんだろう。おろおろするしかない自分がもどかしい。
What was she doing? I was starting to get uncomfortably nervous about this whole thing.
やがて足が疲れたのか、今度は床に座り込んでページをめくる。
Eventually, her legs must have gotten tired as she just sat down on the floor, but she continued paging through the book of shadows.
そしてある場所で彼女は手を止めた。
Then Finally, she seemed to find whatever it was she was in for. The sound of stretched skin flipping upon itself stopped, and she just stared.
あったわ。
This is it.
え
What?
ランド・オブ・コープス。死者の国への扉を開く呪術。これが多分天神書を作り出す邪術のベースね。いっぱい付箋が貼ってある。
Land of Corpses, a spell to open the door of the dead. I think this is what created Heavenly Host. There are notes all over it.
いろいろメモしてあるね。でもなんでページ全体を×してあるの？
There certainly are, but why has the whole page been crossed out like that?
わからない。失敗したのか、途中でおじけついたのか。
I don't know, maybe the spell failed, maybe whoever was casting it seized up with fear partway through.
でもね、そんなのどうでもいいの。
But that doesn't matter now.
これよ、中島さん見て。
Look,
ライズ・オブ・コープス。死者を蘇らせる呪術。
look at this. Look, Nakashima, Rising of Corpses, a spell to resurrect the dead.
これって嘘でしょ。死者をってそんなことできるわけがない。
That can't actually work, can it? Resurrecting the dead? It's just impossible.
まだ常識にとらわれているの、中島さん。忘れたのかしら。私たち今どこにいるの？
Are you still bound by common sense then? Have you forgotten where we are right now?
確かに起こっているすべてがすでに今朝までの現実のものではなくなっていた。
I have to admit, that was a good point. Reality, as I knew it, was far different now than it was when I woke up this morning.
だけどこういうのって大丈夫なの？倫理というか超えちゃいけない一線というか。
But is it okay for us to do something like that? I mean, ethically, won't we be crossing a line humans aren't meant to cross?
怖いの。
Are you scared?
あ
Huh?
なたが怖いだけじゃない。相手のことを思いやってない。
No, you're not just scared, you're also forgetting about all the people we lost, about what they've been going through.
なすすべもなく、ゆい先生も鈴本さんも篠原さんも森重君も。
Think about Miss Yui and Sismoto and Shinohara and Moshige, all at their wits' end, suffering in that horrible place.
あんなひどい形で命を落としてしまって。しかも散財まで消されて、そんな現実認めるの？
Think about how painful their deaths were and how their existences were erased from this world. Can you really accept that as reality?
私は絶対認めない。あなただってそうでしょ？
I know I sure can't, and I'm betting the same is true for you. That's right, our friends were dead. They died, and we came here so we could do something about it. And if we didn't do this, nothing would change. They'd still be dead. No hope of ever hearing their voices again. Their faces eventually forgotten.
私の目から涙が勝手に溢れてきた。
Tears began welling in my eyes.
会いたいよ。なんだっていい。みんなが帰ってくるのなら、聖子ともう一度会えるなら。
I miss them so much, and I'd do whatever it took to get them back. If I could just see them again, if I could talk to Seiko even one more time. Oh.
大丈夫だよ。大丈夫。もう何も怖いことなんてあるものですか。私たち天神賞の地獄を越えてきたんだよ。
It's okay. It's okay. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. We climbed our way out of that hell. we break free from heavenly host.
心に従おう。私たちにできることがあるならやるしかないわ。やりましょう。
So let's follow our hearts now. If there's something we can do to fix this situation, then we have to do it. So come on, let's do it. Okay. It didn't matter how improbable or impossible this was, even if there were only a 1 in a million chance, we had to take it. It was absolutely foolish of us to try this. It was unnatural and unholy and completely inadvisable, but as long as there was that slight possibility, this was something that just had to be done. We weren't able to give up without a fight.
邪術は確か黒魔術以上に術者に返ってくる障害反動が大きいとは聞いているけど、
I've heard that fractions of forbidden sorcery suffer even greater payback for their actions than black magic users.
日本語じゃない部分は読めないし考えなくていいわ。それぐらいないよ。私平気。
But this book wasn't written in Japanese, and I can't read the parts that warn about that. So out of sight, out of mind, I can handle this.
変則的だけど、これで死んだみんなを生き返らせれば。
This isn't quite the solution I had in mind, but as long as it let us reunite with the friends we lost, I really don't care.
存在破棄されたこの世にも強引に戻すことができるんじゃない？
Since they don't even exist in this world anymore, dragging them back by force seems like our only option.
じゃあ実行しよう。
Yeah, so let's just do it.
よし、まずは鈴本さんからでいいかな。蘇生に必要な写真も彼女のなら持ってるから、私。
Okay, how about we start with Suzumoto? We need a photograph for the spell to work, and I've got one of her with me.
わかった。
Alright.
まずは鈴本さんを蘇生させる。
Our first attempt at resurrecting the dead was going to be a spell to bring back Mayu Suzumoto.
儀式に必要な素材、虫の抜け殻や生き物の体の部位などはすべて地下室に瓶詰め保存されていて事足りた。
All the materials we needed were present and accounted for in bottles and jars within the room, a built carapace, part of an animal's body, etc.
ナイフで五芒星を描いた床の模様の上に幸せの幸子さんでも使用した片白を3枚並べ、
The first step was to carve a pentagram into the floor with a knife, then place 3 paper dolls in its center of the sort using the Sashiko ritual.
真ん中に蘇生したい人の名前とそれを挟んで術者の名前をそれぞれ書く。
The one in the middle would bear the name of the person we wish to raise, and the ones on either side would bear the names of the casters, our names.
鈴本真由と
Mayu Suzumoto.
委員長の持ってきた鈴本さんの写真を片白の上に置き、
The class strip was then to place Suzumoto's photo on top of the paper doll dedicated to her.
自分の片白に息を3回吹きかけ、さらに自分の両手のひらをナイフで切ると溢れ出た血を素材にかける。
As for our paper dolls, we each had to blow on them 3 times, then cut both our palms with a knife and coat the spell materials in our blood. Okay.
よし、行くよ。我慢して。
Okay, here we go. Be strong.
うん。
Ouch. The blood mixed together with the class syrups in the white ceramic dish, forming one singular globule. I remembered hearing once that everyone's blood is a slightly different colour, and found myself thinking of this as I applied pressure to my foreign palms.
そして本に書いてある通りに魔術の呪文を唱え始める。カタカナでルビが振ってあったから助かった。
With all the setup taken care of, it was now time to chant the spell. Fortunately, these foreign words all had Japanese pronunciations written in above them.
アリア、テムリア、ガンダ、アトリオス、イヌムス、カリート、テムラ。
Aria, Temeria, Kanda, Atios, Inumus, Kalit, Demera. This was starting to feel crazy. I was sitting here, listening to the class rep chant a magic spell to raise the dead. For goodness sakes. I wasn't sure how much of a grip I had on reality anymore. What were we thinking? Trying something like this? Would this really bring Suzumoto back? No, I had to concentrate. If I doubted the spell, then the spell would fail. For now, I had to believe that this would work, and I had no reason not to.
リテリア、マナヌスカペラ、ウイカウイカ、ルカ、トピカ、カラ。
Ritura, Mananimus, Capra, Wicca, On, Ruka, Topica, Kanda.
儀式を始めて数時間ほど経った頃、委員長は呪文を唱え終えた。
The ritual took several hours to complete, with the class rep carefully chanting away the whole time. Finally, the last word on the last page was spoken.
委員長、
Class rep,
大丈夫、しっかり。
are you okay? Come on.
うまくいくかな。
Do you think it's going to work? Well, I hope so. What's just happened?
開かれた本の中心に赤い文字のようなシミが浮かんだ。まるで血が飛び散ったような。
Blood were stains that looked almost like letters suddenly splashed onto the open brick of shadows, though it was unclear where they come from.
これは
What?
いけない、本が燃えちゃったら。
No, the book catch fire.
慌て
Please.
て暗黒の書を火から隔離する。
The class rep quickly snatched the book away from the flame that had spouted out of the thin air.
鈴本さんの写真は燃え尽きてしまった。けれど彼女の片白には火がつかずに残っていた。
The photo of Suzumoto she had set down had completely burned to nothing, but the paper doll below it was unscathed.
何これ、成功なの？
So, what does that mean? Does it mean we've succeeded? Yeah. Oh shit. We can actually hear Mayo. Shigane, where are you?
この声は鈴本さんだ。私たちは手を取り合った。
That voice was unmistakably Suzumoto's. The two of us took one another's hands and we just waited. Shigane, where are you?
鈴本、
Suzumo,
声をかけようとした私を委員長が止める。
I tried to call out to her, but the class rep held up her other hand to stop me.
何かおかしい。
Something's not right.
何が？
What do you mean?
同じ場所ぐるぐる回ってる。
She's walking in circles.
開けっぱなしにしてきた回天井の隠し部屋の扉がきしんで開かれる音がした。
After another few footsteps, we heard the unmistakable sound of the heavy safe door we left ajar opening up all the way.
足音がした。
Then footsteps resumed. Oh boy.
先ほどと違うのはその音が階段を降りてきていることだ。
And this time, they were coming towards us.
未知のものへの恐怖か。私たちは体がすくんで動けなかった。
I'd instinctively shrunken back and frozen myself in place, afraid of the unknown presence approaching us from up above.
上の階からゆっくりゆっくり何かが降りてきた。
She was certainly in no hurry. Slowly, ploddingly, she climbed down the staircase. Oh shit.
鈴本さんだった。
It was his motor, right?
だけど顔が真っ黒。目も鼻も口も
Shit.
何もない。
But her face was completely blotted out. No eyes, no nose, no mouth. Oh. Oh, poor Mayu. Oh god.
苦しさから上げる苦悶のような絶叫。人の声とは思えないぐらいの強烈な叫び声。死の淵にいる魂の断末魔。
I couldn't tell if she was screaming or moaning, but either way, she was clearly in agony. The sound was barely even human. It was a death knell. Oh god.
邪術は失敗だった。
Our spell had failed.
地下室の床に仰向けに倒れ込み、もがき苦しむ鈴本さんのようなものを目の当たりにして、私たちになすすべはなかった。
Just as motor-like being with someone just lying flat on the ground, face up, writhing and spasming. There was nothing we could do to help her, nothing at all.
もがき苦しむ彼女の体に突如文字のようなあざが浮かび上がる。
As I watched her convulse, I noticed rune-like symbols appearing all over her body.
突然鈴本さんの肩代に火がついた。
And then without warning, her paper doll burst into flames. Oh god. She's gonna die, isn't she?
その直後、そのあざの形に血しぶきが走り、
Oh shit. Remember in chapter 2, I believe, she had lines across her legs. Each part was basically where Sasuke and the 3 children basically open her up with their fingernails and God knows what else. As soon as it did, blood began spraying from each of the wounds on her body like water shooting from a fire hose. Oh shit. Oh shit.
腕と首と太ももがあざの部分で胴から分離して、鈴本さんのようなものはピクリとも動かなくなった。
Her arms, neck and thighs all separated from her torso right where the runes had appeared a moment ago, and as his moto-like being moved no more.
彼女の片白も燃え尽きた。
The flame that had engulfed her paper doll was now completely extinguished, leaving behind nothing but ash. Oh. Oh shit. Oh. Now, Ayumi just got. Oh shit.
突然委員長が膝をついて倒れ込んだ。
Then the class rep fell to her knees as well.
見るとさっきの鈴本さんと同じ場所、足と腕から血が流れている。
She was bleeding from her arms and legs in the exact same spots as a Sismoto-like being, and before the same runic markings.
委員長、
Class rep. Oh shit. Ah. Oh shit.
委員長のあざに丸ノコギリの刃が刺さってる。どうして、どこから飛んできたの？
Ryan's sword blades were now jutting from the marks on her body. Why? Where have they come from? God, it hurts.
委員長、
Class rep. It,
これって。
it hurts. What is this?
目の前の2階、鈴本さんのようなもの、死の再現。
It's exactly the same death that this fake Sismoto is subjected to. I'm going to die exactly the same way.
邪術は確か黒魔術以上に術者に返ってくる障害反動が大きいとは聞いているけど、
I've heard that practitioners of forbidden sorcery suffer even greater payback for their actions than black magic users.
この本、日本語じゃない部分は読めないし、考えなくていいわ。それぐらい何よ、私平気。
But this book wasn't written in Japanese, and I can't read the parts that warn about that. So out of sight, out of mind, I can handle this.
障害反動。
Payback. Oh no, one for the neck as well.
やだ中島さん、形の筆記
The paper doll, put it out.
頑張って、すぐ消すから。あと少しだけ頑張って。
Hang in there. I'll have it out in no time. Just another few seconds.
火のついた片白を必死に手で叩く。夢中だったから炎の熱さも感じなかった。
I tried putting out the fire by slapping the paper doll with my hand. I was so panicked I couldn't even feel the heat of the flame on my skin.
消えて消えて
Go out, damn it, go out.
消えてよ、消えてってば。いや
Go out already. God damn it.
ダメだ、全然消えない。
It wasn't working. It wasn't doing anything. The fire just continued to burn.
消えないよ、委員長。どうしよ
It's not going out. What do I do?
そんな嘘でしょ。
No, please.
う。何かないの？辺りを見回すと 近くのペンキ缶に水がたっぷり入っている。
Wasn't there anything else I could try? I looked around and saw a paint can full of water nearby.
これ
Come on, work.
考えるより前にそれを掴んで火に向かって振りかけた。
I was acting on impulse. I didn't even think about what I was doing. I just threw the entire contents of the can right onto the flaming paper doll. Oh shit. This is the Pink Shadows talking. Blood began spurting from the mark on the class rep's neck. The veranda saw play from the desk. Aya was digging into it for some reason. Oh, cool. It hurts. No, I don't want to die. Save me. Class rep. There seemed to be no escape for us. We were destined to die here. This was our punishment for meddling in things no human should, for playing God. Oh no. Mine was on fire now too. I was next, there was no fighting this. We were both going to die here. We were going to die horribly and painfully. Ayumi, oh no, this is Inone. Like an angel sent down from on high, our saviour suddenly appeared, a woman older than us, going down the stairs calling out the class rep's name. She leaped over the railing and practically dove toward the burning paper dolls.
守護精霊の皆において魔の信仰を退けたまえ。大異徳樹オン悪運。
By the power of the guardian spirits, I cast out that which would do us harm. Dai Ido Kuju Un Gaku Un. The hell? Sis.
消えてる。
The fire is out. I had no idea what this woman had just done, but whatever it was, it saved us. The flames were out and we were no longer in danger. And the class rep's neck, though gashed, was still fully intact.
お姉ちゃん。お姉ちゃん。
Serious.
委員長が飛び込んできた女の人にしがみついて泣きじゃくってる。
She flung herself at this new arrival and latched on tears practically exploding from her eyes.
あの人がいつも話しているお姉さんなんだ。
I guess this was that sister of hers I'd heard so much about. Sis, you came and saved me, but how did you know where I was? Sis? Oh no. I mean, what? No. No. Oh god. I'll be continuing this in Blood Drive. And the prologue is now clear. PvP machine unlocked in the bonus menu. So you got Arena, Sato, and Asami in Mai. Asami in Mai is the voice actress for Ayumi. And that's that done. Bonus.
Yui sensei.
Okay, whatever that was.
私もお泊まり会って初めて。一人でベッドで寝るよりも全然いいね。はい、
Right. So I've got 96.23 of the albums, and then music is 91.54. Oh yeah, I was over that one. Oh, okay. Damn. Oh god. Well, I'll see if we can raise someone. Let's see. We're gonna raise hit station. Alright guys, I'll see you all next time. See you tomorrow with cosplay blood drive. Bye.